Father, I confess, 'cause I've been living wrong. I know. Yeah, I confess, Father, I confess.
Yo.
What's up, YouTube? We're back.
What up, Twitch? We ain't leave y'all out either.
We're back. What's happening?
Big Red 773, Blizzard 81. We are Chords V Plugs, and if you're listening to this broadcast, you are the Resistance.
The Resistance will not be televised.
And it will be censored on various platforms.
It will be black bagged.
Why's it gotta be black?
You can't see through it. So what's happening out there, YouTube? You guys happy with your new president? Twitch, you guys happy?
Any such remorse? Any fans of female athletics out there, or anybody with relatives in the energy industry? Who else did he piss off? Anybody with some Native American blood in them?
Yeah, Ute Indians.
The feminists have turned on him.
Everybody, man. It's broken lie, broken promise after broken promise.
Breaking news: Joe Biden is a career politician. Low-informed voters strike again.
Yeah, ain't that the fucking truth? Definitely low-informed voters strike again. The buyer's remorse is real.
Yeah, I'm subscribed. I followed a new group on Twitter. It's Biden voters posting L's.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious. Biden voters posting L's about themselves.
Yeah,
and it's all like leftist journalists that are like, "Oh, I feel so at ease nowadays. I could sleep again." And then the next day, it's
2 days later.
right? So Paris is more important than Pennsylvania. So
everywhere else is more important than Pennsylvania right now.
Right. We have officially re-entered the Paris Climate Accord. We've officially re-engaged with the World Health Organization, who, you know, has done just a bang-up job this last year.
Just this year. What good have they fucking done in our lifetime?
Yeah, right. Except for lie to us about everything, about COVID. What's up, little mama? Why? What do you mean why? Why what? Why are people angry at the new president?
Well, yeah, the first thing that he did was he erased women's athletics. So men can go and get women's scholarships now. Basically, if any school takes federal money from the government, they have to let biological males onto the biological female teams if they say they're a female. And that also goes towards scholarships.
Yeah, so like women's basketball, women's volleyball, you know, a lot of those scholarships are the only way that women's athletics survive, really. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If any young girl wants to be a professional athlete, they got to get scholarship to do that usually, and that's usually their only way to make it there, you know, the WNBA and stuff like that.
If you guys have been following this podcast, we've been talking about a pattern of the thinking, the way that the people on the left think, as well as their leaders, and they try to, you know, put band-aids on things. You know, they don't think things out. You know, it's emotional fucking knee-jerk reactions instead of literally taking 5 minutes to solve this fucking problem. Because I pretty sure I have a solution to this entire fucking situation, and it took me about 5 minutes. I want to know your guys' thoughts out there. The main issue is the locker rooms in like elementary schools and stuff. It's one of the big issues. So why not? You have your boys' locker room, you have your girls' locker room, then you have your trans locker room. your other locker room, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Therefore, everybody's comfortable with who they're around. And going with on the athletic side of it, you have your boys team, you have your girls team, and then we can do an optional mixed league. And it creates a whole new fucking sports league for every sport. And you could eventually develop players and take that shit all the way up to pro. And is that like that? That's equality. That's, you know, that seems to be what people are claim to be asking for.
Yeah, that seems to be like the final solution, is to have everybody be included in the, you know, in everything.
But
So what
optionally,
better way?
not force your life, you know, forcing anything on somebody else. There's an option. Like, does anybody have any disagreements? You know, any problems with this, you know, any flaws in this logic?
Yeah, we're definitely interested to hear other people's opinions, but we've talked about it and we think that it's a pretty damn good idea, because then it doesn't impede either women or men's sports, and it doesn't hamper anybody else from getting involved.
And honestly, yeah, I mean, with men and women competing against each other, it does boost competition. It will only elevate women, you know, in the athletics fucking department. You know, it's only going to boost their competition
On
and
top of
force them
that,
to get better.
do trans people, the medications and the trying to figure out a good way to say this without getting us canceled right away. These trans people, when the medications and the you know, the blockers, I guess you could say, and stuff like that, like, can you even pass a performance enhancing drug test with those medications, or do you have like a doctor?
That's a very good point, because for a while, like UFC fighters, they were doing that TRT, the testosterone replacement. That shit slid by for a little bit, and then they decided, no, it is an unfair advantage. And yeah, that is a very good fucking point. And it furthers a need for a separate league, you know, as opposed to having people going against, you know, not genetically modified organisms, basically, you know?
Yeah, right.
Little Mama wants to know about, yeah, go ahead. We'll get back into Paris for you. Old Paris.
Yeah, the Paris thing. I said that Paris matters more than Pennsylvania because we re-entered the Paris Climate Accord, and that basically, when he re-entered the Paris Climate Accord, he banned natural gas, coal, fracking, and those energy sectors basically drive the economy for Pennsylvania, New Mexico, Utah, like,
as well as we're
be fucked now.
Yeah, as well as it was help us to gain our energy independence from the rest of the world, become self-sufficient as a nation in our own energy. You know, it definitely wasn't the end all be all, but I'd much rather, if we're going to be burning fossil fuels, I would rather be producing our own and using our own.
Yeah, instead of buying them from different countries, the Middle East again.
Yeah. And instead of using a fucking oil pipeline on this continent, we're now going to be shipping barrels of oil on railroads across the country.
Yeah, from a pipeline in the Middle East.
Is that not, you know, is that how much, what are the emissions on these trains, for one? And two, who owns the fucking railroads these days?
Yeah.
Things you got to ask yourselves.
For sure.
But yeah, that Qatar-Turkey pipeline is interesting. They want to build a pipeline from Qatar to Turkey. And that's just going to be another fucking, you know, a bottomless pit that you're going to have to throw cash at, because over there you're going to have people guarding that fucking thing 24/7, however many miles of it, because you're going to be getting terrorist threats every fucking day that you better meet my demands or we're going to blow up your fucking pipeline.
Yeah, and ISIS has been making a comeback for this week. I don't know if you guys have seen that. Fish says we're going to see Joanna Man for real in the NBA or in the WNBA in a few years.
For sure. I mean, I've thought for a long time that we would see an actual woman pitching in the NBA, or not the NBA, in the MLB. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm sure in my lifetime there will be a biological female pitching.
Yeah. Well,
under
the new rules, there's definitely going to be a transsexual woman playing in the WNBA. I mean, there might already be, for all we know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody watches the WNBA, so it's kind of hard to tell. Little Mama says, sounds good. If you ain't got my parts below, I don't want you in my locker room. I don't want you in my kids' locker room.
Yeah.
That's the bigger thing for me. Like, if you're an adult, who fucking cares? People are adults, even though they're juvenile. You know what I mean? If you're an adult, you're an adult.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
They're what's the way to put it? Physically adults, but mentally far from it.
Yeah, exactly. Fish says that'll never happen. They'd have to get money from boosters to fund those teams. Women's teams already have issues getting enough money. Football, baseball, and men's basketball get all the money.
Yeah,
it's true. But if you can't fund your league, then what's the
you
point
don't
of
have a
having
league. Yeah, you don't have a league. I mean, college, it's a little bit different because, you know, they're making huge amounts of money off their athletics. Even the women's, you know, they're fucking making big fucking money off that shit.
And basically, that's what we're talking about is college sports, because there are no, you know, these rules don't apply to the professional leagues. Just like the WNBA, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter how good the best woman in the WNBA is. She's probably not good enough to make it in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, this girl that's kicking for fucking Vanderbilt, man. She could never get, at least her herself and her thin petite frame. Kickers do get hit sometimes, and all it's gonna take is somebody fucking 300 pounds plus, and it's a wrap.
Yeah, and it's gonna happen eventually. It happens.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got now? We got Little Mama says, how do you know if you just got some creepy dude pretending to be a trans just wanting to get in the women's locker room?
That's something that's going to happen, and it definitely goes into something else that Biden's doing is he wants to mix prisons.
Yeah.
Which is only fucking insane. I mean, unless you're like one of the first 3 dudes to get into the women's jail, it'll be all right for a little bit, but then it's not going to be too much fun. And the other way around, the thing that worries me the most about this is, one, the amount of babies that are going to be born into prisons, but also butches. Butches are going to try to get into the men's fucking jails, and some of them are going to end up getting, you know, trying to fucking be tough and try to fit in. They're going to get their ass beaten, hopefully not, but it's going to end up being fucking, you know, just violence and fucking rapes. Nothing good comes from this. From Biden's proclamation was that the jail shouldn't decide where you belong. Basically, it's your decision. But I want to be home.
Yeah, right. I identify as a law-abiding citizen. Yeah, dude. As far as I'm concerned, if you're going to prison, that means that you lose your rights already. So none of the other shit matters. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. What you identify as should not change anything as far as prisons. It's just going to make things really, really confusing for a couple of years, and it's gladiator school, so there's going to be a lot of violence, especially if they're starting mixing men and women. Like you said, a lot of babies born into the system,
which is only benefits the government, you know, indoctrinated at birth.
Yep, ain't that the truth? Let's see, Little Mama got another one. She says, "Okay, yes, I remember you talking about that. Talking about Paris."
I want to jump over to the Gab page and get into some of the shit that's that's dropped. So here we have more developments about the dealings that was going on during election month and Trump trying to have the Department of Justice investigate his claims. So stories. So, you know, we've talked about that shit before, but what came out was which I ended up having to put a little bit of a development to it, because Biden fired everybody in the White House that had any ties to Trump, any hint of loyalty to this man. Trump, however, kept Obama's people, some of them for 4 years, his entire presidency. And we've talked about on end how he's, was undermined, and he's been working with the coup inside his midst the entire time. So I refuse to believe that Trump was stupid enough to allow snakes in the den, It just furthers that, what I've been saying about him doing more for the globalist agenda and allowing this plan that you're seeing unfolding take place. Why would he allow these people that he had been back talking? He won his campaign on smearing these people, but they're good enough to work in his White House.
Yeah, that was definitely a huge problem. And now new reports are coming out that apparently there's like 24 between 24 and 26 presidential appointments that Trump made that have burrowed their way into the system, and they're going to be very hard to get rid of for Biden. Like, like Durham being a special counsel now, it's going to be very hard for Biden to get rid of him. And
well, I mean, you need to have, a few voices of opposition to keep the illusion going. It's not like everybody's going to disappear and everybody's going to completely unilaterally agree. You're going to have, the illusion needs to continue. Otherwise,
but if
we will
Biden
end up bringing people together.
If Biden had a choice, he would get rid of these people in a heartbeat. You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't like Durham would be gone yesterday if he could get rid of Durham yesterday.
Exactly. But I don't think that doesn't mean that he's not going to get rid of him. We're going to end up talking into later about they're going to redo they're working with the media now, so they're going to revamp and basically dictate with the media how media passes get distributed now.
Yeah, the new Ministry of Truth.
And don't think for a second that he's done writing executive orders.
Oh, no. Nope. It's only been 5 days? Let me look at what day is today. Today's the 25th. Yep, 5 days in. What's he averaging? Fucking 5-6 executive orders a day?
Mm-hmm. At least. That's the median. I'd say 5 or 6.
And I don't hear anybody in the media talking about executive overreach, especially because he has both houses of Congress. Like, what's the need for an executive order if you could just pass it legislation-wise?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bully pulpit, is what it is.
They're just asking about the dub or the tub. It's just more fluff questioning,
Yep. If you're gonna change fucking Donald Trump's color scheme on Air Force One.
Yeah. How did Biden feel walking into the White House?
Yeah. How did it feel to be president? I know you've been wanting to be president for about 30 years now. How does it feel? Or we noticed that you have a picture of the Pope in the Oval Office. How did that come about? Crazy. He also has a bust of
Hugo Chavez?
Yeah, Hugo Chavez in his office, which is hilarious because Hugo Chavez was notoriously anti-immigration because he knew that it drove wages down for his actual citizens. But let's not talk about that.
Nobody knows who he is. He's just a statue now. He's just a head on Biden's desk.
Yeah, he's a famous Latino figure that Biden can use for more lies.
See, I'm thinking about you, Latinos.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear the news story about the ICE? What they're going to do to the ICE?
Mm-mm.
They said that they are freezing deportations. They are closing all of the facilities that people are being held in, and they are releasing those people back into America.
Yeah, I did hear some of that. I didn't hear that they were fully releasing them. The part that I heard was is that he is reuniting the children with the people, you know, who brought them over the border. So whether they're parents or not. And
Yep.
I thought that was the telling thing because one of our earlier episodes, I said that if Biden gets into the White House, he's going to bring about a pedophilia, a pedo renaissance, just how pedos flourished under his and Obama's administration. And lo and behold,
Yep.
right again, it's
Take a
happening.
couple more days and here we go. But apparently they say that only 15% of the people in these facilities are being held because of visa violations or actual illegal immigration. They said that 85% of the people that are in these facilities are being held because they're criminals and they've been caught
Mhm.
doing criminal activity. So it sounds like they're going to release 85% more felons into the regular population.
What could go wrong?
Yeah,
Just as he's trying to take your guns
Yep, let's
and
clear
your
up
body
all
armor.
the secrets. Yeah. And your ability to defend yourself at all, because the way the things are going, castle doctrines are all
Yeah.
going to start disappearing. Your
If you
stand your
give
ground laws are all starting to disappear.
if you give a minority a bruise, even in self-defense, it's a lynch. You've lynched them.
Yeah, thanks Cory Booker. Thanks Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala's going to be dropping that one real soon. So here's some big news stuff once again that we talked about, that we're going to be wars and invasions, all the stuff that the globalists do, expansion and colonization. Well, you have it. Day one, China sending warplanes into Taiwan's airspace.
Yeah,
Who
twice
could have guessed it?
days in a row.
Yes.
And did you hear that Obama, or not Obama, but Biden got advice from a certain other Biden?
Oh, we're gonna get into that. We got that. We're gonna get into that.
For sure.
We're gonna get into that after the next day. We'll just roll up the timeline a little bit here. So
we definitely called fucking Syria. There was a huge U.S. military convoy that rolled into Syria on day one, and the next day, day two, we called. I mean, months ago, we called Taiwan and Syria, first two countries to go down in this new era. And immediately, military convoy rolls into Syria, and Taiwan's airspace gets broken twice, 2 days in a row by Chinese military planes. For anybody out there that wasn't paying attention, we called this shit 6 months ago. Like, this shit was coming. Everybody should have known that this was going to happen under Biden.
Yeah, these were some of the talking points we were using to try to wake people up to, hey, this is what you're voting for. But those were just racist ramblings at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Xenophobic, right? Speaking of xenophobic, we're probably going to get into that a little bit later too, but did you see all the travel bans that just got signed today?
Yeah, we're gonna get into that for sure. Touching on some of the stuff that we were talking about either in one of our last two episodes about the wall being to keep us in.
Yeah, exactly.
But here we have some frightening truth coming out. It's being suppressed, just like the crime rates, just like the incidences of fucking mental illness and domestic violence reports. You're not hearing about this shit. It's all COVID. But who could have guessed? Because I'm 99% sure I've dropped this one on this show as well, that the suicides are going to go up fucking huge. Especially, as a matter of fact, I'm 100% certain I've said it on the show that because kids are all. I remember it precisely that because kids are already going through hormonal changes. They're already fucking depressed and fucking dealing with so much fucking shit that locking them down, taking them away from fucking all socialization is only going to lead, as you can see here, to fucking outrageous fucking suicide numbers. And it's outrageous. It's fucking outrageous, and it's just more of the lack of thought. And I don't believe for a second that our leaders, these supposed smart people, these, these science-backed geniuses, don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they don't know the possible outcomes, the most likely outcome of their fucking decisions.
Right. And even now at this point, it's not even about being most likely. Like, the numbers bear it out now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's been a year of this. There
Like,
has been no school for a year.
And I got to this conclusion months ago because of science.
Yeah.
That's the ironic thing, is that I'm using science to get to my conclusions and my ideas of where we're going. And I, get attacked because I don't trust a vaccine, because I don't want to be sterilized.
Yeah, it absolutely has nothing to do with the vaccine. I mean, these kids that are not going to school, that are missing out on socialization, missing out on, building their own ability to socialize, going through, like you said, hormonal changes, and especially young girls, teenage girls going through hormonal changes it's way heavier than teenage boys.
Yeah. And then you add everybody, your parents are out of work. You can't go outside. You can't go to school. You can't go to the fucking movies. There was no sports for fucking 6 months.
Yeah. And then you add in like the unhealthy homes, you know what I mean?
Exactly. The places that were already fucked up to begin with. Exactly.
Right. The children that were already getting abused at home,
already at risk.
School.
Yes, exactly.
There's no way for a teacher to notice a new bruise on a kid to bring it to somebody's attention. All these numbers are going through the roof, like hundreds of percentage points through the roof, more than normal, when kids are not affected by COVID for the vast majority. Even if they get it, you know what I mean? If a child does get COVID, the vast majority of children are not heavily affected by it. They just go through it,
Mm-hmm.
1 week and they're back to normal for children for the most part. So where's the science?
The science is political. The science is an ideology.
Exactly.
The science only cares about its own interests.
Ain't that the truth?
Keeping the charade going, the infallible fucking illusion.
That's what's most concerning to me about this entire pandemic, man, is that just the breakdown, how easy it is to just completely break down the fabric of our society, basically. You know what I mean? Violent crimes through the roof, murders are through the roof,
suicide through the roof. The list goes on and on and on.
Abuse through the roof, child abuse through the roof. The only thing that's not
depression,
through the roof,
mental illness.
Yeah, the only thing that's not going through the roof is prison numbers, inmate numbers, arrest numbers. Those things are staying stagnant. People are not getting arrested for these new crimes.
Here in Chicago, we just passed a new catch and release legislation where we no longer require any sort of money for bail. You're out immediately, out to go and exact your revenge and go and get what we interrupted you from fucking doing.
Right.
Go finish the job.
Yeah, unless it's a capital case, unless it involves murder, kidnapping, stuff like that. You're going to get a piece of paper and it's going to say you got to show up to court in 30 days. And by the way, we don't really go out and find anybody for not showing up to court anymore. So, it's basically just a hope you show up in 30 days for court.
Just so we can dismiss it anyway.
Yeah. The person you mugged is in the hospital, but I'll be back.
Yeah. I mean, I got bit on a job working security, and they did not want to prosecute this person, even though technically under the law, I am protected, that it is a felony for doing that, while I'm, doing my job. And they would not press fucking charges on this fucking guy. So what the fuck, what are we supposed to do? What are the options besides just lay down and be a fucking victim? Because That's what the government wants. The government needs victims, reliable, needy fucking servants, reliant and needing, protection, needing your food, no hope, no ambition, It's definitely happening. And it's happening around the world, as we see the early mornings of yesterday, and probably still going on today. The socialist democratic country of Deutschland, home to Amsterdam, and some real freedom. Some of the place, Seattle and Portland, try to use Amsterdam as their vision, their beacon for the future, but they're burning that motherfucker down because of lockdown protests. So I just want to point out that they don't seem to like it too much over there. The whole fucking world's burning up right now. There is no real good example right now.
We got a special guest again.
Yes, sir.
Yo.
We got Mr. W in the house.
So further developments of this new normal and frighteningly Nazi fucking comparisons and similarities. So the Miami Heat are going to be using COVID sniffing dogs. They're going to be isolating people as they come in and sniffing you out to make sure that you are fit to enter the fucking game. One, just the logistics of this, how long is it going to take? How early are you going to have to fucking arrive at these fucking games and stand outside and fucking wait?
5 hours.
Like, Jesus Christ, we're talking about some of these stadiums got 50,000 fucking people in them. And if you are allergic or afraid of dogs, you could skip the screening and just fucking, hand over some of your DNA.
Yeah.
Well, how many people are they allowing inside the stadium?
It's a good question, but
Right now, I think they're at 25%. Like the football games yesterday, they had crowds.
But the thing that goes with that though is they lower the well, that's just because Kansas City's had crowds all year. Some states and cities have been allowing, some aren't. But the thing that goes with you allow in 25% capacity, those aren't going to be regular price tickets,
No.
Hell no.
So you're going to pay a premium to get fucking sniffed or to hand over your DNA.
They announced Super
And
Bowl.
But the other thing too is like these tests aren't fucking accurate. You know what I'm saying? They say that the dogs are 94% accurate, but
even the tests have been hugely problematic the entire time.
Exactly. Yes.
They said for the Super Bowl, they're selling only 4-seat packages, and the package costs like $24,000.
Damn.
Yeah. It's a big club, and we ain't in it. We are not in it.
Exactly. We are not in it, and we're probably not gonna be in it because
we're gonna get into that a little bit later. I don't even want to get into that just yet.
Yep.
So here we have the second invasion of Taiwan's airspace by China, and Biden sent a fleet out there. The USS Theodore Roosevelt is now in the area with a convoy, a couple battleships, a couple destroyers, to oversee the peaceful acquisition of Taiwan.
Mostly peaceful.
Biden sent his dumb bastards, his self-proclaimed dumb bastards.
Yeah. How people still don't even know that that's real, man. You know what I mean? But they're gonna beat his drum all day long.
Shoot, you dumb bastards. This here is a very good read. I recommend anybody that's watching or that's going to watch this to jump on our Gab page, or to just write down this link, the Amistad's project's report on the Zuckerberg Center for Tech and Civics Life. It talks about the effects of Facebook funding, federal and state local governments. It explains a lot what happened in this last election. Very fucking good read, very fucking informative. If you didn't already have a firm grasp on what was going on, that'll definitely explain some shit for you. But for me, all it did was reassure what I was seeing happening in real time, you know?
And the Amistad Project has been cutting edge, basically on the forefront of all the information this election season. They're very credible.
Ain't that the slave ship?
Yeah, Amistad was the slave ship in that movie, right?
Yeah. Give us free.
So a story that I ended up fucking losing on my profile because I tried to tag it and I reposted it and then I ended up fucking deleting it because I didn't want it there in this new fucking story cycle. So the original post is gone, but Jeff Bezos they're having a union vote for Amazon. Jeff Bezos, whatever the fuck, bitch ass, said he does not want his union vote being done by mail because it is systematically flawed.
Yeah, another big thing about this story is that one of our favorite Twitter plugs, Jack Posobiec, posted this as well. And
that's what's on the screen right now is that they blocked. You could not comment. You could not share his link. You could not comment on it, as well as the owner of the Washington Post also made these same comments, and they put the flag in the band. They put the election flag on it too, as well, which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, like it's an actual public election.
It's fucking hilarious.
First of all, it's a union vote for a private business.
Yeah. Secondly, why aren't you tagging the actual articles quoting Jeff Bezos? Why are you quoting people reporting the factual fucking truth, you know?
Right. Yeah. And it's fucking crazy. All these people are doing is posting a brief synopsis of what this article says and using Bezos's words. They're not making up any words of their own. It makes no sense. It's the censorship wave. Whoever Twitter has making these decisions, you know what I mean? Because it's literally a person that says, put a flag on this.
Well, they sort of changed the way that they're going to be doing that, and we're going to get into that a little bit later. There's some breaking developments on what they're doing. It's going to be called Birdwatch. But we'll break that down in a little bit. So after that second incident of China, Poso, who is reliable, is credible, has sources, has people in the White House.
In the new White House as well.
Reports that Hunter Biden advised his father on China fucking with Taiwan and said, "Don't take the bait, Dad. Dad, it's like a 5-gram rock for half price. I learned the hard way. It's a trap. It's like your new health secretary. It's a trap, Dad."
It's a trap. Yeah, well, the resident expert on China, Hunter Biden.
Yeah, I mean, how much money is he making on energy deals and shit still?
Are we ever going to find out? Are they ever going to actually, put a special counsel in place to find out what the Biden connection to China is?
He's just
old news now?
He's just being investigated.
Yeah,
that's it.
The laptop guy, the repairman, has went on record and made his own claims now, not just stories about him handing over laptops. He's actually went on the record and done interviews now.
Yeah, the FBI was more credible, and I had more faith in them and believed in them more when Spooky Mulder was running around.
Right? The X-Files what built up my fucking belief in the FBI. And it was crushed shortly after.
It was fucking crushed, yep.
Oh, man. I actually had a pretty good weekend, though, separating myself from this crazy fucking political nonsense, man. I watched some football, chilled, ate some good fucking homemade food. I needed to recharge my batteries.
Same.
Yeah.
Honestly, what it was for me, man, I mean, it was the LeBron James episode. It's like when we finally had our good big fucking laugh. And since then, it's like my entire energy shifted. And since then, it's been fun. you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, same thing this weekend. I got to go back to work. I fucking worked Saturday and Sunday night. It was nice getting out of the fucking house, socializing, seeing people. It's fucking, it's nice, man. You could feel the fucking little bit of the clouds lifting, and that's exactly what was intended.
Yeah.
Is, oh man, Biden's here and everything's great now.
But they're only going to give that to us in small doses. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The plan isn't to let us fucking run around with free range humans anymore.
Yeah, absolutely not. So some of the stuff, you know, some of the things that we've been spotlighting and saying, watch out for this, watch out for the little tastes of communism with your newfound leadership. Here's a little taste right here.
Oh yeah, and it's not getting any better either.
31 police officers in 12 states being investigated or have been charged for the Capitol riot. But some of these people were not at the riot. They were just at the speech.
Yeah, that don't matter at all. If you were in DC that day, you are now an insurrectionist.
And it's just going to keep on going. So like, and they're already trying to do this, that if you voted for Donald Trump, you know, you need to be re-educated. You need to be cast out. You are subhuman. You are beneath us. Coming from the same people that are saying, this is bad. You shouldn't treat people like this. We're the heroes of the downtrodden and the unwanted. We're the fucking, what's the word that I use? We're the compassionate good guys.
Yeah, exactly. We're the compassionate good guys. Well, we got our resident black guy here, and he says, stop being offended for me.
Right? If I'm not offended, I don't need you to be offended.
That's the part that everybody's missing. You know what I mean? All these rich white people have the platform to get their ideas out in the open and talk about whatever they want, and they want to use it to stand on some kind of pedestal.
Right?
You don't believe in that bullshit. You're just trying to be on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm. You want to be liked. You want views. You want this.
That's all it is. It's all it is. Exactly. Just like these politicians, man. We called it Keeping Up with Washington because it's CNN is the fucking E network, and they're much more concerned with becoming fucking, you know, with trending than actually fucking doing anything with their fucking lives.
Because before Black Lives Matter, where was all these white people then? You know,
they were.
I was your friend, Wes. I was standing there right next to you.
you one of the good ones.
Nah, but you have a point though, you know?
The good ones didn't exist before BLM.
Right?
They were manufactured. You got a lighter or an ashtray? We're over here burning, putting some in the air.
Smoke if you got them. It's another good article for you to check out. But here we have some shit, and I don't know if they're gonna fucking flag us for this or not. They can, but it needs to be shown what the fuck these people, you know. If you don't think that they're communists, if you don't think that, you know, that these people are champions for fucking justice and
yeah, this movie is I watched it the day it dropped, and it's actually super informative, and it'll show you not just what's happening now with Antifa, but it takes you back into the history of it.
Share that.
1 second. Yeah, it literally takes you back into the history of it from the end of World War II. You know what I mean? And it's not an idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's an ideology, but there are organizations that adhere to the strict ideology. So it is an organization.
Does this look inspirational? Does this look like we're heading towards a greater good?
I see a lot of guns.
I see a lot of fucking hammers and sickles and a lot of fire and a lot of guns. Like this looks like a message that, you know, I want my children to fucking get behind, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Let's send our kids to the Middle East to train them to fucking use
This is a
weapons.
movie.
Yeah, it's a movie that just came out, but it's a documentary.
So so I guess the Antifa wants to come out. They want to let us know that they aren't the fascist club. They're just full blown communists. You want to share that other pic? There we go. And I've seen some communists in my circle post some stuff recently that sort of triggered me. And it sort of reminded me of where I was a few years ago when I was on my quest for enlightenment and finding my great work. So somebody posted, "Profit is theft." And sure, there's some, people do take advantage of some systems in some way, shapes, or form, and you probably don't become a billionaire most of the time without stepping on the fucking backs of some people. But then I grew up and I realized, and this ties into Biden's new tax plan and some of this legislation that they just put in, where you get if you make over $10 million, you're going to be paying 52% of your taxes of that into taxes. So all this does is it stops creating further wealth. That me and you will never become billionaires or trillionaires now, but all the people that are already established and have this money, they're going to be fine. They're going to stay established, So
Yeah.
I don't see how this actually gets the fucking, helps anything. And if now in the capitalist system that we have right now, instead of, demanding, bitching, pissing, and moaning that the world changes for you, you could start a business and you could be the change. You could show people the way to fucking do things, But they don't want that. People don't want that fucking option, or they just can't fucking see it. They're just caught up in the emotion and, oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. I should get fucking, a portion of everybody's fucking labor. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in my fucking room eating ordering fucking DoorDash all day.
Yeah, my basic understanding of this new tax plan is I'm not completely familiar with it, but my general idea is profit is not theft, taxation is theft, redistribution of wealth is theft. For somebody to say that I deserve a piece of everybody else's labor, that's theft.
Yeah, I don't know how we went from taxation is theft to profit is theft. I don't know how the fuck that shit even came about, other than fucking communist misinformation.
It totally discredits the idea that the person that started the business assumes all the risk.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The people working for the company, they're just risking their job. If the company goes down, they just got to find a new job. The person that started the company, if the company goes down, they basically lose everything.
Their livelihood, everything.
And hopefully for them that they have enough fucking other irons in the fire that it doesn't cost them their livelihood, but they're the ones that lose.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not guaranteed anything with just having a job beside your hourly wage. How is that theft? That's
I think the big story here on this tax plan is that they do not want the everyday. They do not want another Donald Trump ever happen. They do not want me or you ever to create our own wealth and to ever fucking be able to run for president. They never want an outsider stepping into their little fucking club ever again.
It would be much more interesting and much more, doable in my eyes if they made that rule concerning corporations. You know what I mean? If your corporation makes more than 10 million a year in profit, then you get taxed. The individual person, it's different. You know what I mean?
So you think politicians are just going to be elected for presidents now? They ain't going to be well,
it's going to be people. Yeah, it's going to be people with a history of government. They're going to be people that have established these connections. You're not going to just see an outsider fucking come in, because they're going to squash that movement before it gets started.
It's going to be all cronies now. The outsider is a dying breed. You got to be inside, or if you're an outsider, you're going to be one of us, an anti-government extremist, quote unquote.
2/3 of Americans approve of Biden's coronavirus response. What fucking response, and who are these fucking people?
Exactly, because his response is the exact same response that Trump was doing. His
These
plan
people,
changed zero.
these imaginary 2/3 are the same fucking people that voted for him, I guess.
And
Where are these
today?
people?
It was fucking disgusting. He's talking about his plans. Look, Trump up until now has been giving 1 million vaccines a day. It's been happening. Like, that is the number that was happening under Trump. Biden's plan is over the first 100 days to have 100 million vaccines. I'm a couple credits short of my math degree, but that sounds like the exact same number.
Ain't the
Yeah,
vaccine
Fauci-
harming people though?
Yeah, the vaccine is harming some people.
It killed
I
Hank
heard
Aaron.
people die from it too.
Yeah, it killed Hank Aaron.
You didn't get some of the black propaganda they were trying to shove down your throat that it's safe for blacks because Hank Aaron got it.
Nah, I didn't hear nothing about that.
Well, he died 2 weeks later.
Yeah,
And Lori Lightfoot,
vaccine.
our mayor Lori Lightfoot got the first vaccine in Chicago today. So give her 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Right? I don't trust that shit.
and not just that, but New York wasn't even giving out the vaccine. They were throwing vaccine away because they couldn't get the politics right behind it.
Mm-hmm.
They were literally throwing it away.
Damn.
And when are the actual people
Is that
that
a good thing or bad thing since the virus is harming people?
well, I could care less because I'm not getting the fucking vaccine either way.
Right,
Yeah. But the funny thing about Trump's fucking vaccine, the plan being exactly the same, and the contradictions that, Biden says he has a plan, but he doesn't have a plan, and his plan is exactly the plan that was happening before. Fauci actually started taking a little bit of heat, saying, well, then how come you guys weren't doing anything? You were here, you're a holdover.
Yeah.
And
People they don't realize that every time they say that Trump didn't have a plan,
they're saying Fauci failed.
us, yeah, Fauci's the one that ran the plan, and he's still working for Biden. So
Still on that fucking pedestal.
pick a side of the fence, guys. Every time you say that fucking the coronavirus response is lacking, you're directly throwing Fauci under the bus, and he's
Science,
supposed to be
baby.
some fucking saint of science.
Science, literally the saint of science. We got to come up with a fucking name for him.
The patron saint of
Yeah, the patron saint of science. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. We'll keep that going because we got Chief Keef, the patron saint of Chicago. Bang, bang.
Sweet Jesus. You better off picking Kanye.
Kanye's got his own shit going on right now.
Kanye's in Oklahoma. He bailed. If Chief Keef could be here, he'd be here with us. They stole him from us.
That's the shit I don't like.
So, China's doubling down on their accusations that we should be investigating our own lab. The what is it? The Fort Edwards? What lab did they say they should look at?
Oh yeah, I don't remember off the top of my. It was like Fort Bennett.
Maybe, but just fucking hilariousness. This came to my attention last night, and I don't know what to fucking make of this. I don't know. I wanted to get everybody's thoughts on this, and everybody that watches this video after we're live, definitely drop a fucking comment on the video. So maybe you guys have seen these behind like fucking productions on shows. Chuck Lorre Productions, he puts a vanity card at the end of the credits. You'll probably see like a quick flash of him every once in a while. This one got put on last week. So
Just for a bit of background for everybody, Chuck Lorre is a big time Hollywood producer for TV shows, and he produced 2.5 Men.
And many other shows since then.
Just one of his big shows that people will know about.
He's doing Young Sheldon, so I'm sure he did Big Bang Theory, even though it was fucking dreadful and I fucking couldn't stand it.
Yeah, I hate it.
You laugh now. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
So
What do they call that? Clapter? Where
mhm.
They hit the audience clap light, and then everybody gets loud.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen one of those TV shows without the clap track? Like their
Yes.
jokes are
It's
absolutely
terrible.
fall
It's
on
so
their
stale.
every single
Yeah.
time.
You'd need Joe Biden there saying, "Clap, you dumb bastards."
You not
So
black?
If you don't clap, you're not black.
So Chuck Lorre on this vanity card stated that he's part of a group of TV writers that receive reality packets to embed top secret data of pedophiles and cannibals into shows like Young Sheldon. This was the vanity card shown at the end of the show. I have the link here that you can go and they can see all of them. He's posting some very interesting shit the past couple weeks. Fucking very political shit. And actually, let me go down to the comments here because the one that he fucking posted last night, it fucking came to my attention today. He's got a fucking note from Donald Trump here. And this is like, is this sick ad like the shit with the pedophiles and the cannibals? Is that a joke? Is that shit funny? Is that just supposed to be? Is the cover going to be that's just sick advertising? Like,
Yeah.
how is that okay if it to even fucking kid about it? Because the people that are, making these accusations and looking for this evidence, they're not fucking joking. This is not a fucking game. This is not shit to kid about. But this shit here, man, I was like, whoa, he's doubling down. I definitely recommend everybody go and take a look at some of the shit he's been putting on these episodes the last couple weeks. So he's got, is he fucking trolling? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just reading it right now. It's asking for a donation to fight the Do Nothing Democrats.
Yeah.
We can keep fighting, keep winning.
He's presenting this to be a note from Donald fucking Trump.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see Chuck Lorre production notes number 666 in the next couple weeks.
Definitely recommend everybody check those out and see, try to gauge what it is that this fucking guy is on.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I read that yesterday on the Gab page. It's super interesting. I mean, I completely believe that they hide shit inside their fucking TV shows, inside information that you have to know how to hear it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I don't know. To me, it seems like a troll. It seems like he's fucking taking some of the more crazy ideas and turning it into a joke.
But that's not a fucking joke. And
pedophiles and cannibalism are not. It's not funny.
it's not funny, exactly. And we know that it's huge. It's fucking huge. It's a big fucking problem. Exactly.
Hollywood.
Like this is just frightening. It's frightening. You're sending people, like all this. If Trump's inciting insurrections, what the fuck is this guy inciting right now?
Shout out Magusta. What's up, Magusta? Welcome to the chat.
So other news and other blackout news. White House went dark last night. Washington Monument, White House went dark.
Yeah. Did Biden not realize that he was now responsible for the bills?
He fired Trump's light guy.
He's like, come on, man. Give me a break.
It's too fucking bright in here. I can't sleep. It's 8:30, God damn it.
Right? It's 5:30 p.m. What are you fucking hooligans doing awake? Goddamn malarkey.
It's 5:30 p.m. What are you fucking doing?
It's all malarkey.
But
There's been a lot of that going on lately, though. The
exactly.
monument going dark.
That's the story. Is why are we having so much of this fucking happening all over the fucking place?
Yeah, all over the world, basically. the Vatican was dark for what, 2 days in a row, and then like another day a week later.
Pakistan and Afghanistan went dark, or there's Afghanistan went dark.
Yeah, Afghanistan, Pakistan had a power outage. They said that Iran had a power outage. There was no way for me to confirm that, though. I don't have any plugs in Iran.
Working on it. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day. Hopefully, Iran has a free internet and can catch this podcast every now and again.
But yeah, it's very fucking interesting.
Like I said, maybe Biden just didn't realize that the electric service bill was changed to his name. He just thought that Trump was going to continue to pay his bills for him.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder. It'd be interesting to get some word from some of these National Guards people that were there to see what the fuck was going on at that time.
Yeah, I don't think any of those National Guard people that were there have anything nice to say about the Washington establishment.
So here we have some more interesting and I find telling things about, our new Chinese communist overlords. If anybody tries to make an argument about, them being transparent and truthful, we have an incident that before China started doing all this shit in Taiwan. This was last Wednesday, the day after Biden's actual. When was the 20? Okay, no, this was the 21st. So this was a couple days later. But what we did, basically sending a convoy through Syria, China did this in India, and they actually were fucking shooting at each other. But of course, this story doesn't get brought to our attention, to the media, to the American media, until yesterday, after it's a week old.
Yeah, and it looks like the actual story is from BBC as well, so I don't think it ever actually made it into our media cycle.
Yeah, good point, yeah. Good fucking point. But this is a taste of your future media, your new news. So we're glad you're here, because we're gonna try our best to fucking bring you all the shit that you ain't supposed to be seeing.
It's instead of a taste of what's to come, it's like a palate cleanser. Like you will never find out what really happened. We won't tell you.
Yeah,
You're
gonna have to.
China and India were shooting at each other last week, but the story is that Joe Biden has a Peloton.
He has a Rolex. That was the next one.
Yeah. Good, awesome New York Times journalism. Joe Biden has a Peloton that's connected to the internet, which might be a problem, and he wears a Rolex.
Hey, Wes, can you relate to that fucking rich white man with his Rolex? You got some shit in common with him, don't you? It's okay, though, because Kamala's wearing Tim's, though.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a Rolex.
Same.
Kamala wears those Chucks, though. We all know what Chucks are. And all of us listened to Tupac before he was born.
Yeah.
I wrote this a long time ago, a real long time ago. How I'm doing this.
So California is, I don't know if people have been following just how piss poor a shape they've been in, especially with the COVID shit. They had no ICU beds 7 weeks ago. It was all over the fucking news, And weeks before then, it was months and months of how bad California's doing. All these people are dying. It's Trump's fault. Our hospitals are overpacked. But no ICU beds, no problem, because California is opening back up this week. Probably already opened back up today.
Yeah. Another thing, just going along these lines, is that, do you realize that there were only 5 states that stopped indoor dining this entire time? And only 5 states stopped indoor dining.
And they got hit pretty fucking bad, except for probably us. We didn't get it too fucking bad, but everywhere else got fucked because, and I said this shit immediately. So you're closing all the place, places where people can go out, but you're leaving open grocery stores, just a few small satellite places that everybody has to go. Are these not your super fucking spreader events? The grocery stores, the fucking pharmacies, the gas stations?
Walmart.
When you're limiting where the fuck the options of where people can spread out and go, you are the fucking spreader.
Yeah, not just that, but they're making it so that you can't go to a restaurant and sit down. So what you do is you end up having a couple people over to your house and have dinner at your house in a much smaller fucking environment, much closer contact.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where most of this shit is spreading at, is inside the home.
How can a lowly fucking humble pothead from the south side of Chicago, lonely orphan, humble pothead, very little fucking official college, no degrees. How the fuck can I come up with this shit? And the leaders of the free fucking world, with all their fucking king's horses and all their king's men, can't fucking put a logical fucking solution together.
Another thing that I noticed, it was just, something that I took a mental note of while it was happening. But these 5 governors that did stop indoor dining, can you guess who they are?
Oh, and the other side of that too is how many of these motherfuckers that shut everything down were caught in the fucking Bahamas or caught in fucking restaurants with no fucking masks on, violating their own fucking orders.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. The 5 governors were New York with Cuomo, Gretchen Whitmer in fucking, was that Michigan? Obviously us. It was more Lori Lightfoot than JB Pritzker, I'd say, though. And then Newsom in California. It's all the governors that you see on TV all the fucking time now. It's these people are making their moves for their political futures. That's what they're doing. It has nothing to do with the people. And these ICU beds, well, people don't realize that hospitals function off of using the most beds. You know what I mean? The best run hospital runs at like 90% capacity because that's how you make money.
Mm-hmm.
So people that are saying, "Oh, there's only 5% of the ICU beds left," it's like
there was only fucking 10% available to begin with. Exactly.
Like that hospital runs the right way. Then there's no need to have fucking 1 million beds for 5 people. It's gross fucking negligence at that point. It's just burning money. You know what I mean?
Well, they love burning money, but that'll be a thing of the past. Touching on, I don't think I got anything on this stream, but I want to get onto that since you brought it up. We were talking about an earlier episode about how it might be time to get out of crypto because the governments are coming for it. I had a further development in that yesterday, and I saw that China is going to crypto by 2025. So
full crypto planning.
You best believe everything that's out there is going to be shut the fuck down, because the rest of the world is going to follow suit. And all this problems with the Fed, printing money, we might get an end to the Fed, but it's just because we're not going to be using paper currency anymore. It's going to be literal digital nothing created out of thin air. Shout out to Ron Paul. Get your ass on the Liberty Report.
Yep. Before it's blackballed off the internet completely.
He had a great one today because him and his son, I guess, were chastised for suggesting herd immunity a couple months ago. And what's in the news now? That people that already tested positive for COVID-19 can go to the back of the line because it's highly unlikely they're going to get it again.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, Fauci says it's not 70% for herd immunity anymore. Now it's 90 and 95% for herd immunity.
I saw an article that even with herd immunity, we're not safe.
Yeah, regardless, we're not safe. If you get a vaccine, you still have to wear a mask.
I got a news flash, ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Earth. You have never been safe. You will never be safe. Safety is an illusion. It is temporary.
Exactly. And it cannot be provided by anybody else
but yourself.
So keep your rights, provide your own safety.
Build your own fucking communities, your own networks, and protect yourselves. Take care of yourselves and each other.
It brings me back to that old Dave Chappelle joke. It's like the Second Amendment is only there if the First Amendment is taken away. Where are we at? You know what I mean?
I had this thought last night when I was walking into my house because the Beastie Boys were playing on the fucking radio. And I said, man, if the Beastie Boys weren't dead, maybe we'd have somebody here to remind us that we have to fight for our right to party.
Yeah. Well, the First Amendment clearly states you could peacefully gather for any reason. It doesn't specify a reason. So it could be to party. It could be to fucking hold hands and sing Kumbaya. You have the right to peaceably assemble. It's in the Constitution, regardless of what the fucking governors say, period.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump said his fucking, or his fundraising events playing fucking Macho Man. I think you got to fight for your right to party. It could be the song of the fucking new generation. We got to bring it back.
Is Davos going on right now? That Davos meeting?
What with China? That happened this morning.
Was it?
I got some of that in here. We'll get into that.
Did Trump
interesting things
this year?
No, I didn't hear anything about it. I did not hear anything about Trump.
See, I kind of missed the bus.
Actually, here it is.
I watched the entire meeting, and this year I didn't even know it was happening.
That's great because it's the very next fucking next thing on the Gab. So Xi Jinping said a lot of things that you could sort of maybe take hopefully if you didn't know who he was or what he stood for or what goes on behind his country. If you read it at face value, so it sounds kind of great, man. We should all jump into fucking communism. But he said that basically this new Cold War, we should make sure that we don't turn it into a hot war. So he's admitting that we are at a war. He's saying that it wouldn't be good for us to start fucking actually killing each other, with combat. We're just going to keep, subliminally having our kids kill each other with TikToks and shit. But he said that basically that the world has one future. Yeah, he's right in one sense, but not the future that he's fucking talking about.
Yeah, like you said, if you had no idea what the Communist Party stood for, it might seem pretty bright, silver lining, bright side. But at the same time, you could look back at some tweets from the Chinese Party talking about how the Uyghur Muslim women are much happier now that they've been forcibly prevented from having children.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the what's it called? The Ethiopian Jews in Israel love being sterilized as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the Tibetans love being cut off from the rest of the world.
Shit, we were sterilizing these fucking illegal immigrants here in this country last year. It's like, this shit ain't old. This shit don't happen over there.
I wonder if
just happen over there.
Just listening to the tenor of that fucking what you were saying about what Chairman Ping had to say. I wonder if Hunter Biden is his connect, because he basically told his dad Joe Biden exactly what Xi Jinping said at Davos. Don't take the bait. We're just gonna continue to throw fucking spears over the border.
Yeah. Don't try to stop us. Nothing to see here.
Shout out to Sharon's here. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for stopping in, Sharon.
Sharon! So, what we were talking about earlier, Twitter is announcing a new way to censor the community. Is now the censor culture. So where you can flag a tweet, and it's just basically the masses. It's the inmates running the asylum at this point. So people started testing this today because they put out a video. Actually, the picture's not up here. I thought I had a picture that showed what the fuck they were doing. So they used an example trying to that whales can't breathe. That whales aren't real. That they're like a figment of the government. Because an example that they used was because mammals can't drink salt water. So how do they survive? Basically, just playing on the bird conspiracy. But so people started fucking trolling them, basically, you know, like reposting that one, trying to get people to start fucking flagging it. I fucking posted the fucking the Sir Francis Bacon is the real Shakespeare, trying to get any fucking hits on it. But this is where we are now, man. The censorship is not going away, and it is now your responsibility as a citizen to censor those around you.
Yeah, how is that not mob rule? You know what I mean? Especially because they dominate the platform now that they kicked off fucking 4 million users. So basically any conservative idea can be bird watched into oblivion.
Yep. Because once one jumps on, it's just a snowball, and it's just, you know, a bunch of monkeys just throwing shit, basically, you know? There's nobody actually thinking or trying to learn, going into that with an open mind. It's just people going in there for reassurance and piling on.
Yeah, so it's basically like yeah, it's retarded. I know the R word is touchy, but this fits. What's up, Mr. Wombat? Wombat says, "What's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream."
I think this is just going to further, you know, the exodus of fucking Twitter for sure. That's why we on Gab.
Yeah,
Get on Gab, everybody.
It's basically the natural progression of the fact check, the fake fact check. You know what I mean? It's not based in reality. These fact checks. It's all based in perception. You know what I mean?
So now the responsibility goes to these people that we've already established are low information people, low information voters. They have very little idea of what the fuck is going on in the world, let alone in their neighborhood or their country. But these people are now responsible with fucking, you know, information. They are now the Ministry of Information.
So all they got to basically do is get the what do they call them? The TikTok fucking what do they call them? The stands for the fucking K-pop, the TikTok K-pop stands that there's millions of. All they have to do is get that group to mass fucking report, and they'll take off everything. What's up, Honey Badger? Welcome to the stream. Honey says, "Hey guys." Sharon says hello to Wombat. The Rotella crew stopping through. Domers for life.
Appreciate you, Domers. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for stepping out the dome today.
There's Ominous Solo. If for anybody that's new to the stream, Ominous Solo is Mr. W here. He's our guest today on the podcast.
Yes, sir.
So here's the travel restrictions that we were talking about, and this is just the start of it. You now have to have a negative COVID test within 3 days of travel to enter or exit the country. And just like we were talking about an episode ago or 2 episodes ago, that wall is to keep us in.
Yeah.
You better have your papers. We've touched on this a couple times, man. That this only benefits the cartels. This is a cartel bailout. The people that have been trafficking fucking humans for years, and the pedophiles as well. This also ties into Biden's pedo renaissance, because there's people with the means and the logistics to fucking do this, you know. So it's the Underground Railroad is back. More instances of fucking history are fucking repeating itself.
Yeah, not to mention if you own a private plane, you know, the money makes the rules always.
Yeah, I mean, just how Australia's been on lockdown. Nobody can get in and out of the country, but they're flying in fucking tennis pros.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
We ain't in it.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wombat says, "Can't freaking believe they had that fruitcake from China speaking at the World Economic Forum." Actually, yes, I can.
I was gonna say, why can't you believe it? What's so unbelievable here?
Right? That's the game right there. That's the whole game.
It's much more believable than Biden won a fair fucking election.
Yeah, exactly. it depends on who you ask, I guess, because if you look on Twitter, they still say that 80 million people came out to vote and their voice was heard.
While he gets less than 10,000 views on each of his videos, and most of those are fucking dislikes.
Yeah. Yeah, where they actually have to take down videos because the 30,000 dislikes doesn't really
Yep.
go along with their plan.
Yeah, Sharon here got to shout out Sharon for the dislike votes matter. That was all her.
Hell yeah. Way to be, Sharon. That's how you stand up for yourself. Honey Badger says, hey, ominous. Sharon says, hey, ominous. Honey Badger says, politicians are just crooks in suits. The vast, vast majority of them are. Just like we've talked about on this podcast from day one, man. It's anybody that really deserves to be in that spot does not want to be in that
Yes.
spot.
Yeah, nobody that seeks power deserves it. You want somebody that does not want to reluctant to lead.
Sharon says,
I actually,
robbery. Precisely.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, for sure. Couldn't agree more. So here we have some questions that we were asking too about, you know, if and when Dominion is going to step forward with any of these so-called fucking slander claims, and maybe we'll get some fucking evidence brought out then. But yeah, we have a lawsuit filed against Mr. Rudy, but conveniently months after the alleged crime. So, you know, if we were saying this then, that if any, you know, when Trump still could have had, you know, a trial, when he was still, you know, trying to fucking push off these election results, that any evidence was probably scrubbed then. But
not
any evidence is absolutely scrubbed now, just as how Wuhan allowed the World Health Organization in a year later.
Right.
After the Mouseketeers could scrub everything.
Because that's the best way to, you know, in any other case, you know, if there's a murder, the best way to figure it out is to wait a year before you look at the crime scene. That's been proven over and over again, right? Absolutely.
Wombat is in favor of making people take the vaccine in order to travel.
No, he thinks for travel it'll escalate from a negative test to having proof. To
I read that wrong. My bad. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
From one set of circumstances to the next one to the next one. First, it's going to be you have to have a test to get on. Then it's going to be you have to have a vaccine to get on. Then it's going to be you have to have the new vaccine to get on a plane.
Yep, your vaccine passport.
Yep.
And speaking along of projections, I had this thought come into my mind the other day with how facial recognition is basically obsolete now with this new 5G and the way that they could track us with our phones. So it's only logical for people that want to not be monitored to stop carrying their phones on around them. And that's where the microchips come in. You know, the implants, the ones that you can't turn off, that you have to cut out from your fucking skin.
Yeah, and once all currency is digital, then your wallet's gonna have to be on a microchip, isn't it?
Yep.
These are just the things that I ponder.
With your money and anything like that, if it's digital.
Yeah, if it's built by man, it can be deconstructed by man.
Mm-hmm.
All this digital money is gone. So, like, where did the gold go, man? What did they build with the gold? Is it all got melt down for fucking microchips and war fucking materials, or what? What the fuck are they building with all the gold?
They traded gold for ventilators and PPP.
No, but gold is like, it has actual use and value in technology, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure. This the best
they had
ever found.
If money is going digital, they don't need the gold anymore to trade for goods and services. You know, they have to be using it for something.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the Aztecs used to be. They're just gonna make figurines out of it and then throw it in the bottom of lakes because there's so much nobody cares about it. Sharon says, "Me too, Wombat. Soon to not be able to function in society without one." Yeah, you're gonna have to have your vaccine card to to fucking
anything.
get in an Uber. You're gonna have to have your vaccine card to get a job, to open a bank account.
Yep.
And it's scary because I'm not taking that fucking vaccine.
Fuck that.
I'm not taking that vaccine.
Fuck that. We're gonna have to watch. We're gonna have to pay close attention and watch what state secedes, and then we're all gonna have to move there.
Right?
No, I mean, JR, you probably called it, and when you said that we need to recolonize, you might not be wrong, man. Fucking take off to some third world country, bring our knowledge of the fucking new world and recolonize with a third world country, teach them new things, learn from them, and basically try to do this over again, but the right way,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That was my joke, quote unquote, idea months ago. It's like, me and my girlfriend talk about this a lot. Like, the only place that's going to be safe is a place that's already been demolished by the system, that's on its way to build back up now. Like think about like Haiti, you know what I mean? All the natural resources were stripped completely out of Haiti after the American response to it. So to me, Haiti'd be a perfect place to go to restart now, because they're building back up. They're not in threat of being demolished again, unless it's by a natural disaster or something like that. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that Haiti is where I'm going. I'm not telling you where I'm going. You will catch the podcast from there one day.
One's just gonna pop up, and we've successfully made it over the border. More to come.
Mr. Wombat says, I do think it's coming, Sharon. All about control and compliance. Absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing could be more true than that. It's all about control.
And how soon before Canada puts up a wall? South
Yeah.
Park might have been right on that one.
It's weird though. Canada's like the vast majority of, well, I wouldn't say the vast majority. I'd say 50% of the Canadian population is all located around the Great Lakes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like literally 50% of their population is all a drive from New York. Everybody else is spread out in wilderness, kind of like how we are in Alaska, Americans.
They want us off the water, man. They want us off the water.
So that we can't tell when those Chinese ships get here. Yeah, Honey Badger makes a good point. Your wallet is technically chipped already if you're carrying a debit card. With the new debit cards over the last 5 years or so, the chips in them.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, getting it put inside your arm.
Yeah. Say your phone and your wallet, all of that is going to be implanted very soon. So where you can't just turn it off, you cannot stop the tracking.
And just like the vaccine, they're going to say that it's going to be completely optional, that you could do it if you want to, but then you're not going to be accepted onto airplanes unless you have it. You're not going to be accepted into PayPal unless you have it. You know what I mean? Mr. Wombat says, well, for all this reset nonsense, I'm looking forward to those Uber X-ray scanners like they had in Total Recall. There's a lot of things I've been looking forward to from Total Recall for a while.
I want the brown
What's
titties.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's like, why stop at 3? Why not get 4 or 6? You know,
and
like a dog.
pierce all the nipples and connect them.
Rub on 2 and suck on 1. It's perfect. You rub on the outside one, then suck on the middle one. It's perfect. I got 5 kids to feed.
Honey Badger makes a good point. Honey says data is the most valuable asset these days.
It always has been. Information, education. It always has been.
Yeah, but now the term data now means the search histories. What you spend your money on, the chances of you seeing this commercial and it making you go out and spend $50 today, like that information is invaluable to these huge.
Well, and what are they doing with it? They're typing them into prediction engines and to figuring out what you're going to do before you fucking do it. And it brings me back to all these mistakes that are made in leadership. And okay, how can they do X, Y, and Z, but not this? How come it doesn't apply here? Why are they not using these same systems for more important things? Or really, the only thing that matters is keeping us in our fucking little boxes.
Yep. Yeah. And not just that, but talking you into putting yourself in a box.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Sharon. I'm with you there. Hashtag not my arm.
Yep.
Honey Badger fixes some.
We ain't worried about you, Grandma. Don't worry about it. So here we have more state media confirmed. The truth is out there, but the state media is here.
Yeah.
So the White House is working with the media to revamp and redo the way that press passes are distributed. So once again, people like you and me, we cannot get to the places where we're not allowed. Even lawfully and willingly, we cannot get to information. We cannot see behind the veil.
Yeah.
You cannot get over that barbed wire wall with the guns pointed at you.
You're gonna have to go through somebody that's been okayed by the new state.
Yeah. And if you guys have been paying attention to all the examples of the Chinese media that we've been giving you, you know exactly how informative and honest and transparent this is going to be. It's going to be fucking great.
We'll try to fucking punch your way through a brick wall. Mr. Wombat agrees with Badger. Information is more valuable than everything.
Knowledge.
So this was something that Posto posted earlier about Teddy Roosevelt, who was my favorite president. One of my fucking favorite quotes is tread light, carry a big stick. Try to live by that shit.
Fuck yeah.
So he posted about Teddy Roosevelt tried to run for president as a third-party candidate in 1912. He created the Bull Moose Party. It was a massive failure. Got Woodrow Wilson elected, who created the modern administrative state and, put us on this globalist path that we are now. One of the fucking things. There's a lot more than just that, but it was the path that we were always on. But this was a large moment in that path. So I wanted to point out, adding on Poso's tweet, that history repeats itself, long out of ideas like Hollywood. And so let's say Trump was to follow in Teddy's footsteps and break up the GOP and start his own fucking party. Regardless of the amount of voters that realize that they were fooled by Biden, they're not going to the vast majority of them are not going to fucking vote for Trump or probably any of his close fucking allies. It's only going to split the party, lengthen the divide. The GOP and the voters need to join the 21st century, which, as we've talked about numerous times, to get younger, get new ideas. And, is it that hard to see? Is it that all the GOP are 90 years old with fucking cataracts? Are they, why are they not using their prediction fucking algorithms? Why are they not using their fucking AI? And I think it is because the two-party system is an illusion. It always has been an illusion, and it's more evident now than it ever has been.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's the powerful protect themselves first, period. Like always. That's number one on their list, is to protect themselves. Even if it's like a Republican going against a Democrat, the Republican will protect the Democrat because in essence, it's protecting the club that they're in.
The organism. The government is an organism, and it needs to keep itself alive. It is only concerned with its own existence, just like the ideology of science.
Exactly. And nothing proves that better than taking 3 days to pass impeachment, but taking 9 months to pass stimulus.
Yeah. That's that's the big one that's dropping everybody off of him right now. Is he's still signing and signing and signing, and where the checks?
Yep. Nope. The Paris Climate Accord is more important. The World Health Organization is more important. The fucking,
Women's eviscerating women's athletics.
yeah, and $150 million to Pakistani women's studies. You know, because that's exactly what fucking Americans going through hard times was demanding.
Not just women, gender studies. Because once we finally unlock the last 4 genders, there will be world peace.
Yeah, exactly. I said when I first heard about it, Pakistani gender studies, I said it's just a group of fucking creepy Pakistani dudes staring at women getting paid off. That's the equivalent of the Pakistani gender studies.
The Pakistani version of the men who stare at goats.
Yeah, exactly. Now take your clothes off, please. Mr. Wombat says, would you say Haiti is building back better? No. What my point was that we're going to, all the people that talk about you're a colonizer, you fucking colonizing's evil. I'm like, no, colonizing is the way to go. That's what we're going to do again. We're going to recolonize. So instead of Haiti being building back better, it would be making Haiti great again. Good old boy club, Sharon. Yeah, completely.
It's just the good old boys.
Use the washroom real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Smokey's taking a shit.
Well, I ain't gonna tell nobody else though.
So we predict. I definitely said as soon as the Biden presidency was announced that it looked like he was going to get in there, that we were going to see the tub. Those of you that aren't familiar with street lingo, $20 bills are dubs. $20 bags of drugs are also dubs, but they are now going to be the tubs for Harriet Tubman, which personally I have no fucking problem with. The only issue I have is I kind of fucks with Andrew Jackson a little bit. So I would sort of, prefer a different bill, but their logic is black people deal with a lot of 20s, so they're going to see it a lot, is pretty much what they're fucking going with. Well, what you think, Wes? Are you excited about the tub?
Personally, I don't care. Tell you the truth. I heard about it. I mean, it's cool, but what do it really mean?
Yeah, for sure. Nothing. Don't mean shit. Exactly. It's a fucking a bullshit gesture.
Exactly.
I do think that this is just a first step, though. I think because I was thinking, like, why not Obama? And I was like, well, that's probably how they keep it going. They're going to start with her, and then we probably will see Obama. Or, I mean, depends on how long we're actually doing this paper money shit. Because China will be doing crypto in fucking 4 years. We will not be that far behind them.
That'd be crazy. They finally put a black person on money, and then they make everything digital.
Now you got it. Now you fucking got it. You got it. Ain't that some shit, right?
Fucking crazy.
Ain't that some shit?
It's fucking crazy.
So we do have Republicans are now planning to overhaul voting laws and voting regulations in the too little too late department of our podcast today. And we already see, the uniparty taking shape and taking form and everybody falling in line. We already discussed how the government's an organism and is only interested in its own self-interest. Are these voting changes going to help anything? I think not, man. We might get one or two thinly veiled things that might appear at face value to be, beneficial, but nothing good is going to come from all this rewriting that they're fucking doing, because nothing good has come from it so far.
but I've been watching it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I want to wait for Blizzard to fucking pop back out on, because I want to hear his fucking thoughts on them finally, after the election. Too late to fucking do anything, basically. And all these voting laws, once again, we've discussed this, it's not going to matter once Biden lets in all these illegal immigrants, all these new fucking voters. There's not going to be an opposition candidate for a while anyway, until, a lot of education is done, a lot of experience is done, but, people learn to, to settle into their buyer's remorse. They actually settle into it. But at the same time, people have memories of fucking goldfish. And it'll, even if they, you upset them, it won't be long before they don't fucking remember. And they're right back falling at that same old shit. I use the comparison to fucking people that pay for cable, jumping from Dish Network to fucking Comcast every fucking 2 years when the deal runs out, forgetting, not realizing that you're just doing the same shit over and over again.
Right.
Fucking goldfish and their 7-second memories. It's crazy. Now they want to overhaul voting. Meanwhile, they already did this in some states, and the local legislature was just dancing around that shit anyway. So this is more just patting motherfuckers on the back, more of the illusion of the two-party system. It's just a fucking joke, to keep the fucking game going, to keep you still bought in and still donating.
It's acting as if you guys are restricted.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what to think about any of it anymore.
I've been reading about a bill that has been introduced that will essentially change the rules and in essence lock the doors to the DNC's favor. Absolutely. We've been saying it's coming. We titled an episode, or I think I did a clip of one anyways, The Last Republican President. And this was still during election month that we put this out there. It's how far ahead we are on this shit.
Yeah,
That
easily 5 weeks ahead of the mainstream media breaking stories.
We're ahead of reality. We are fucking ahead of reality. We said it months ago that they want to make sure that Donald Trump is the last Republican president, real Republican president, real opposition president, real outside president. Yeah.
Here's something to think about. How about all the people right now talking about how Navalny is the opposition to Russia and how Russia shouldn't be persecuting the opposition, but then in America they're like, oh, we
should kill these people that voted for Trump and re-educate their children.
Exactly. Let's persecute the opposition president. It's like, fuck, man, pick a side of the coin and stay there. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If that's your platform, you can't say one sentence and then the very next sentence discredit everything you just said. That's exactly why we're in the situation that we're in, and why QAnon got so big is because everybody's lying to you. So of course, anybody that feeds you a half truth, you're gonna jump on it because you can recognize a truth for a truth.
Yep. And all that they're doing with this censorship is sending people out to the fringes of the internet, which is one of the reasons why we are on Gab, to try to bring both people on the far sides of the spectrum back to reality.
Yeah, for sure. But in all actuality, the truth is hidden everywhere. It's not on the fringes. It's not even in the center. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The truth is, every issue is its own fucking issue.
Exactly.
And is way too complex to be lumped together.
And if you can separate each issue just based on your party affiliation, you're doing it wrong.
Yes. Yep. Nothing's that simple. Life is far more complex than that.
The problem more often than not is that we have the privilege of being a first world country. We forget that there are third world countries still in existence.
Oh. Yeah, we went over that. LeBron has no fucking idea.
Yeah, no idea.
He don't know who the fuck's making them shoes.
Idea. We said the little Chinese 12-year-old working in the sweatshop thinks LeBron is God.
They don't even know if he's real. He's just a myth. LeBron James is a myth. He's a means of control.
He's like Gilgamesh,
It's like Jesus. Fuck.
right? Yeah, Mr. Wombat says they're probably going to change a bunch of rules in order to impeach Trump. Yeah, well,
Why?
I mean, today, they announced that a senator is going to preside over the hearing. It's not going to be a Supreme Court justice because Supreme Court justices only sit on the panel of impeachments for sitting politicians. And because Trump is no longer in office, he cannot be impeached by a Supreme Court justice. So they're already changing the rules.
This is some raging unity, isn't it?
Yeah. And what kind of precedent does this set if they're going to impeach a president after he leaves office? Well, I'm pretty sure Obama had some impeachable offenses. Pretty sure George Bush had some impeachable offenses, WMDs and all that.
Why stop there?
Yeah. Why does it only, does it have to stop at Trump, or can we just go right on down the line? And everybody that's still alive, let's impeach them all so none of them hold public office again. So the rules are changing. The rules are in the process of changing, and they are already being changed.
Just for this one man.
Because Orange Man bad.
Because he's a threat. He was a threat to the establishment.
The only threat that they've had since JFK, I'd imagine.
Yep, and they can't. And I said it a long time ago to people. I think to one of our buddies, who's your buddy now. I don't fuck with him. But
that term loose.
When he would make all of his death threats to the president, I would try to tell him you honestly can't do that, because this was back when the MAGA movement was just getting started. You will make him a martyr. You will make him so much more like what Obi-Wan says, and I will return more powerful than you could fucking imagine.
Yeah.
And that's why they can't physically kill him, but they can make him fucking Orange Hitler and a fucking pariah. And it's a disease if you're a Trump supporter.
Yep.
Because they cannot fucking kill him. They cannot JFK his ass. Now it's too late for that.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sharon too for reminding me of that great information that JFK's fucking brain was fucking stolen and is probably sitting on fucking George Bush Sr.'s fucking desk, or maybe he was buried with it. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah,
definitely stolen. And there's video evidence that he had incisions made into his head while he was on the plane on the way to the hospital.
What?
They put him on a plane with a bullet hole, and when he came out of the plane, in a different coffin. Like they had him in a certain coffin from the hospital, and then when he came off the plane in Washington, he was in a completely different coffin.
The whole JFK thing gives me fucking terrible fucking vibes. I was in Hollywood and I went to a museum of death, and it was fine. I normally don't fucking it's not like even like a queasy feeling. It was just like literally uncomfortable, and terrible fucking vibrations, just terrible vibes. And I went into the fucking JFK area, and it's just like I'm feeling it now thinking about it. Whenever I fucking watch footage of that shit, I just feel sick, basically, not like fucking nauseous sick, but I feel not right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fucking like it, man. I do not fucking like it. There is some shit that fucking went on there, man.
That's because of your hair.
It is because of my hair. It's exactly what I thought. 'Cause my hair was pretty long, and I definitely didn't get these feelings before I grew my fucking hair fucking 3 feet out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got nerve
Solomon.
endings picking up on the.
I feel the fucky. Yeah, it's just something's bad here. Something's off.
That's how you feel in the presence of evil when you're a good-hearted person.
Well, then I'm fucked because I'm bald head.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, they're trying to sever your connection to the world. Exactly. That's what your hair is.
This is a throwback on the last episode. We talked about how the Native Americans they enlisted to fight in World War II, but to be a soldier, they had to cut all their hair off.
Mhm.
And in tests leading up to World War II, they had like better abilities at noticing people creeping up on them, finding like traps and stuff like that. And then when they cut their hair off, all of that disappeared. They could not do that.
They would take a group of Native Americans to a place that they've never been before, and they would split them up, and they would be able to find their way back to each other every single time until they gave them their military haircut.
Yep.
Damn.
And then after that, the first time they actually ever changed the rules for the military, and they allowed Native Americans to keep their long hair because of that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, hair. It's a nerve ending. It's a nerve. It's a part of your nervous system.
Mhm.
You know what
Directly to your fucking brain, directly into your skull, basically. You know.
I'm gonna grow my shit back out.
I mean? Right. Wes is gonna have a fro this time next year.
Just have a bald line, but it'll be there. I'm gonna have a comb over.
Right? You get that LeBron James haircut.
Right?
The penny on top of the head.
If anybody has never seen that picture before, it's fucking hilarious.
I like the one where AD is trying to tell him, your headband. The first one is like, nigga, your headband.
Yeah, Sharon, you're right here. It was the plan the whole time, Wombat. Just delayed 4 years. Exactly.
851 followers on Gab. We are inching closer to 1,000
Oh yeah.
in little over a week.
Big Red's been putting in work on the Gab. Everybody out there, if you're new to the podcast, if you're not new to the podcast, highly suggest to get on Gab. It's the future. Fuck Twitter.
Sharon's here, but she's also there. Sharon's on Gab.
Yep. Sharon is on Gab. Sharon is one of the nicest people I've ever met on YouTube in all of our interactions on the Rotella stream and in our stream and on Twitter and all that. Sharon barely ever has negative things to say. She's the embodiment of stay positive, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And finding each and every episode, finding out more and more, the amount of the vast knowledge that she fucking is carrying with her.
She says, great point. Russia is worthy to oppose, but we can't. Exactly. With the Navalny and the opposition leaders, it's rules for thee, but not for me.
It's always been that way. It's just ever so evident now because we are all, it's so much harder for them to hide things from us. And that is why they need this censorship culture, these, to fucking state media, fucking banning fucking stories, dismissing fucking free thought. It needs to happen to keep the fucking illusion alive, to keep people fucking indoctrinated, believing in these fucking false idols.
Oh yeah, for sure. The black bag is not just censorship inference. You know what I mean? The black bag is definitely the keep the blinders.
Yeah, so many people are willingly bagging themselves, and they have been. They always fucking have been. Back when Obama was president, I try to talk about him drone striking hospitals and funerals.
Well,
Nope, see no evil, hear no evil.
Yeah, we're gonna get a reminder of that in the near future. Syria's next on our list. Syria and Iraq. I mean, we didn't talk about this in the last podcast. It was one of my major blunders, but ISIS made a comeback on Inauguration Day.
Mm-hmm.
They set off two suicide bombs in Iraq on the day of inauguration.
We're back.
Exactly. Where were they for the last 4 years? I think it's quite convenient that ISIS makes a comeback and then we have to send a convoy through Syria.
Mm-hmm. Because the boys are back in town.
Exactly. The good old boys are back in the middle. We're back, baby, and we got freedom to spare.
It was a celebration.
And the dumb bastards will be right behind them.
Right? That was Biden fireworks. Sharon says, "Wow, thank you. Hubby would differ." Yeah, same here. Same here. my girlfriend differs sometimes. But yeah, I mean, come on now. How convenient is it that on Inauguration Day, ISIS makes a comeback?
Coincidence? I think not.
No, absolutely. Batman taught me there's no such thing as coincidence.
Honey Badger says hunting and tracking.
It's gonna. It might be very valuable fucking skills, depending on where things go very soon.
Yeah, especially with how quickly Biden is alienating his base.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I've been thinking about this since the day one of the pandemic and the lockdown. What happens if truckers go on strike?
That'll never happen. There is so much propaganda going around in Trump's entire 4 years that they were going to do that shit. They're going to go to fucking work and make their fucking money.
But what if?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, what if? Yeah, what if?
Then well, here's the thing on that though too, is that they already have the fucking autonomous trucks. Walmart's already buying them from Tesla. So that problem will be fucking solved as well. But there's no shortage of they'll just they're already passing out CDLs like they do green cards. So literally, you walk into the place just like you cross the border, you get one. So it wouldn't be that fucking hard to find somebody that's gonna fucking to drive. It's not like they give a fuck about road safety. They just want to
where you're coming from, but if anything, 2020 has taught me that the impossible is no longer impossible. You know what I mean? That'll never happen. It doesn't apply to many things anymore.
I don't think I do not see a massive trucker strike, especially because most of the large fucking, you got a lot of intermodal people that work for themselves. They operate their own fucking shit. They're basically their own little enterprise. And then probably, I don't know what the differential is, but another large portion are all union.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about is if the unions go on strike, the truckers.
But there's still a huge portion of intermodal drivers that work for themselves that will pick up that slack. You'll have people there's tow trucks that have the fifth wheel on them. You'll have motherfuckers filling the fucking void.
But maybe not the truckers, but just think about the production lines, like we were saying during the Capitol riot, to sit down and then set up fucking
supply lines. Yeah,
supply lines. What if the actual supply lines start to break down?
Which ones? Because they seem to be all in favor of our glorious leader.
Yeah, I'm like the food delivery from the Midwest, the flyover states that fucking
Bill Gates just bought all the farmland.
Yeah, but
I was thinking about that shit too, because the farmers aren't gonna survive, what's fucking coming. And that's why fucking Bill Gates is buying up all the farmlands. There's a solution. I don't see people. I think people are fickle, and the vast majority of people are going to do what serves them when the time comes, and leaving money on the fucking table. I don't see it, man. I don't see it, at least not with truckers. Like the teachers, like what's going on here in Chicago with the teacher strike, where these motherfuckers, they have, a base where they could probably eventually end up suing some motherfuckers if they go to work and there's an outbreak. I don't see it, man. I know truckers are going to go to fucking work.
I hate the Chicago Teachers Union. They've caused so many fucking problems in this fucking state over the last 50 years.
Just like those governors that, rules for thee, not for me. They were talking about not wanting to go back to work a month ago while the union leader was in Bora Bora or in fucking Cancun on the beach.
Yeah, I think she was in Puerto Rico on the beach. Like she literally posted that school is unsafe while she was on the beach in Puerto Rico.
Yep, swimsuit, big hat, like she was at the fucking Kentucky Derby.
Out of control. Sharon says if the fuel goes crazy, like we know it will, what else can they do? If the fuel prices go up to fucking $6 a gallon, it'll change a lot of the.
Mm-hmm.
It'll change a lot about transportation, production lines, availability, all that shit.
Yeah. The tax on gas is fucking coming one way or another, and there's probably going to be a tax on operating gas cars coming in.
Yeah, for sure. Another thing that we didn't touch on yet was what do you think about Biden canceling the executive order that dropped the price of insulin for the lowest income people in America?
That's probably the biggest suppressed story right now. That's probably the biggest one that nobody fucking knows about.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody has heard it yet because nobody's covering it because they're worried about the COVID plan.
They're worried about that fucking Rolex in the tub. The tub. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I can say about it other than it's fucking disgraceful, disgusting, and exactly what we expected.
Yeah. Healthcare, zero healthcare plan.
I've been seeing articles that Biden's going to cancel student loans.
Yeah, the plan leading up to the election was that anybody who had less than $50,000 in student loan debt would be canceled.
How y'all feel about that?
But he promised that he would take care of that on day one of his presidency, and on day 5. So
I was a ward of the state, meaning that the state of Illinois had custody of me from fucking the negligence of my mother giving me up. So I was living with this illusion through various orphanages my entire life that as long as you get into college, it'll be paid for. So I get into college many years later. The state's broke as fuck many years later. And so basically my checks were 6 months behind. So you cannot register for second semester without paying your first semester debt. So they told me to take out a loan. Me, being a thinking man, even at the age of fucking 20, said, fuck no. On top of the fact that y'all motherfuckers have been lying to me and telling me this shit's been fucking paid for my entire life. So personally, I did not take out student loans because I did not want to fucking have the debt over my head. And I knew that you could make a living. You know, it might not be the quickest way, but there are a means to fucking be successful without that receipt. So, I mean, it's sort of fucking interesting, you know, that if you're going to do that, then why can you not make the argument that all the people that chose not to go to school, why don't we give them some fucking money since you're wiping away fucking $50,000 for these other people?
Right. Or the people that already paid off their student loans.
Yes, exactly.
What does following through on the contracts you signed?
Exactly. Yeah.
Nothing.
No, there's never been reward for doing the right thing. You know, the benefits and all that shit only, the worst you act, the better you get treated and rewarded when you do the smallest, tiniest fucking thing, you know? But you could be a good person and go through your entire fucking life and not get an ounce of fucking praise for it.
It reminds me of something I used to say when I was growing up. I'd always say that I was an asshole, and I was fine with that because when you're the asshole, when you do something nice, people recognize it.
Yep.
But when you're the nice guy, they only recognize it if you're being an asshole. So it's better to be an asshole so that when you do something good, you get the recognition.
I came to that same conclusion living in the orphanage that, man, these fucking asshole kids that are in trouble every day, they do the shit that I do every day just once, and they get all the fucking benefits. And I have a tiny fuck up. I'm late for school, you know, and it's the end of the fucking world. I can't create a bad habit that the 10 other motherfuckers that I'm living with are doing every day.
Yeah, because you're the good kid.
Exactly.
We expect more from you.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. You should know better because you're the good one.
Like, what kind of fucking message is that sending to an intelligent fucking person? You know what I'm saying?
True.
You're indoctrinating them into this fucking thinking. You know, you're
Wombat.
creating more fucking problems. Go ahead.
Yep. Wombat says, I think people underestimate the potential food shortages due to the scamdemic. I don't think we've even felt the repercussions of the shutdowns.
Do you know that 50% of all food is thrown away? 50% of all food produced right now is thrown away.
I believe that.
I know this. I 100% know this as fact. So there's definitely ways that can be fucking remedied that. We have a fucking huge waste problem already that needs to be resolved, not only in food, but in the fact that we use so much fucking money and fucking products like trees and paper into garbage, into literally wasteful packaging. But for the food, we could be preserving so much of this shit that we fucking throw away every day. You know, there's options. It's probably not the most cost effective for the producers, but for you, the consumer, it absolutely is. It only benefits people and society as a whole. So I wouldn't buy in the food short, especially too, is because they're 3D printing steak now from vegetables on top because I guess the cloning meat wasn't working so well or some shit. I guess, you know, they just don't want us eating meat and being big and strong.
Yeah, they're using vegetable oils and proteins to actually 3D print meats now. I saw a program on it a couple of days ago where they said that they're trying to perfect steak by reproducing the meat, reproducing the blood, and reproducing the fat.
I watched that same thing a couple days ago. That's funny.
Fucking nuts, ain't it? That I was watching. I was like, man, that's disgusting.
Hell yeah.
It did not look like the ribeye that I like to eat.
Yeah, fuck that.
Meanwhile, the owner of those companies are sitting there eating their $600 fucking steak while you're eating fucking imaginary shit, just like your money, you know, imaginary illusions.
And then how long until they actually start releasing these 3D food printers for commercial use? You know, you have one installed in your kitchen right next to your fridge where you could just push a button and have anything you want fucking 30 minutes from now. It's ready to go.
Mm-mm.
Like we were talking about, the Star Trek fucking the holo simulator for food.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Well, over in Europe, they want people to eat worms.
Yeah. Breaking
we broke this story a fucking week or two ago that worms have been cleared by whatever Europe's FDA is over there, mealworms. So they're already ahead of you on your food shortage.
Yeah.
You're eating bait now.
Yep. Yeah. No longer are you gonna eat the fish, you're gonna eat the bait.
The real gummy worms. Get the fuck out of here.
Wombat says fuel goes up, so does the cost of goods for everything. Anything that's transported by truck. If the
minimum wage goes up, so does the cost of fucking goods.
Did you see that Biden backtracked on changing the minimum wage to $15? And he said just federal employees, $15.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a federal employee that makes less than $15?
Nope.
I've never met one. I've never heard of one. I thought that was a myth.
Does that just go for interns?
Interns don't get any money.
Yeah.
Intern.
Yeah. So who the fuck is who is this for?
Yeah, the
little coffee shop inside the building.
The Capitol Police, maybe.
The cafeteria workers. The janitor.
Yeah, so $15 minimum wage for federal employees now. Those don't exist. The federal employees making less than $15 an hour do not exist. So what exactly changed? Besides him reneging on changing minimum wage to $15 across the board. That's the only thing that changed.
No, that was going to kill so many more fucking small businesses.
Yeah, that's the actual death nail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They got him on the ropes, but the haymaker's coming.
Yeah, that would have been it. That absolutely would have been it. There'd be no coming back from that for a lot of fucking places.
I don't support a minimum wage. What I support is I don't support the $15 minimum wage. What I support is a minimum wage that increases with the rate of inflation every year. That's what I support.
Cost of living.
Yep.
Increase with the cost of fucking living. And that's every year, damn near.
If they
That's
cancel loans, what does it say to those that paid them off? Yep, absolutely. We hit on that.
Thank you for playing the game. That's what it says to people that paid off their loans that don't get their money fucking taken away. Thanks for playing. Sign up again though. You can get a doctorate for free. Sharon says, "I'll never give up my steak." Period.
Right?
Period. I'm with you there. They take away steak and potatoes. We will be the resistance in more ways than one.
And I need my too. You can't take away my bacon. I need my swine.
Sharon says, like the Jetsons. Yep. That's what they're trying to do. Trying to fake everything.
Astronaut food, basically. Fucking get your food out of a toothpaste tube.
Yeah,
I
right?
forgot about that.
It's steak. It's steak. Trust me.
Like, it look like paste. No, but it tastes just like a T-bone. Fuck out of here.
Right? We even left little chunks of hard shit in there so you can
Yeah, now with 20% more real blood.
It's disgusting, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Sharon, LOL at eating bait.
It's
Yeah,
a frightening fucking reality. It's funny, but it's also a frightening reality.
yeah, because it's true. There's science. They've spent fucking millions of dollars on fucking scientific studies to determine that mealworms give you enough protein to survive off of. Like, why would you need to know that unless food was going to go missing soon? Why would there, what possible reason?
This was a convenient discovery. Exactly. It was such a convenient discovery.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Wombat says they probably had no choice but to backtrack on that 15 minimum wage. I think they'd like to make it at least a month before they ran out of office by torches and pitchforks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on now. 5 days in. 5 days in, he already cost 77,000 union jobs. But with the pen, ban fracking. He's banning fracking on federal property, period. He's banning new licenses for any energy, for coal, fracking, oil, natural gas. He's banning new permits for everything. You remember in the campaign when he said, I am not banning fracking? Do you remember Kamala Harris saying it's a lie? We are not going to ban fracking.
What did they do?
5 days.
The old bait and switch, as old as politics itself.
Yep.
But people voted for this man.
No, they didn't.
Man.
It remains to be seen.
Yeah.
We were trying to investigate whether or not that happened or not, and we weren't allowed to look at it.
He's like, what I meant to say was,
You ain't black. Come on, man. See, you are not black.
right?
And
If
just
you
walks
want
away from the
fracking,
podium.
you ain't black. If you don't want to blow up brown people, you ain't black.
Mhm.
He's definitely backtracking on everything, man. Like I said, he doesn't realize that he has 4 years to destroy this country. He doesn't have to do it in the first week. But that brings up a good question to me about you talking about the election. What if 2 years from now they find out that the election was stolen? If they prove the election was stolen, I should say, 2 years from now, then what happens?
Impeach him or try to?
It's a good question. Like, they might try to impeach him, but what if he gets tied to the actual fraud 2 years from now?
I don't know, man. I don't see anything fucking coming to put any Biden in fucking handcuffs. Maybe Hunter, only Hunter, just so he could be an inspirational fucking story that look at what Joe has to overcome. Look at Joe's perseverance and try to humanize the old
Joe
fucking
had
bag of bones.
to imprison his own son for the betterment of the country.
I think that's the only thing. I don't think nothing was ever going to happen to Mr. Biden. He's established.
But with Arizona announcing that they're going to actually do a forensic audit of their entire state, it could show a lot real soon.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
But the evidence is already out there. There's already so much evidence out there about the amount of fraudulent votes that are found in every single election and in relations to the numbers that Biden won by.
Yeah.
It's there's already so much out there that if you don't have a reasonable doubt now, you're never going to get one, and those same courts are never going to see this fucking evidence. The game has been played, man. It's already it's over on that front. And the only consolation prize is we're going to change the voting laws now, but there's no oppositional candidates anymore. It's always, there's always something.
Yeah. Even if he does get impeached later on down the road, he's just going to be replaced with somebody else in that club. There's only one party now, one accepted party. And it's the corporate establishment party. There is no Democrat and Republican. It's the party. And it's merged corporations and the state. And that's the biggest fucking problem in the modern world. Mr.
It's like all these.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I said all these same people that vote for him are all fucking, the superhero fucking, into the fantasy world. All of these places and all of these literatures and these video games that they've been playing. When have the corporations ever been the fucking good guys? When has the corporations ever been telling you the truth and had your best interest in heart?
Yeah, be careful though, because someone might watch this podcast and make a new video game that makes the corporation the good guy. Start planting those seeds now.
Like, fuck. It's Shinra, man. They're all fucking Shinra.
It's crazy. All right, so Wombat says, you all jest, but we're heading for that Snowpiercer menu, eating them protein blocks made of bugs.
That actually was a very good movie, man. I haven't checked the show out, but the movie was fucking dope.
It was an absolutely great movie with the black fucking jello.
Yeah. The cockroaches all in it.
It's true, though. That's where we're going, man. If you have that fucking COVID the vaccine paperwork, you can eat real meat.
If you don't, you get the cockroach block.
Right? You stand in line for your cockroach block.
I don't think it's good. I don't think that's where the line is going to be. I think the line is going to be, if you're old money, if you're making that over that $10 million, I don't think it's going to be that fucking simple. It's fucking coming, man. It's absolutely coming. And this is the world that the elite have always wanted to fucking live in and have always tried to fucking create any chance that they fucking could.
Yeah. And the cards fell exactly where they needed them to fall to usher it in a hurry.
The fall guy was definitely Donald Trump.
Yeah. Sharon says, I think they're making the fall guy. So when they're making him the fall guy. So when Kamala comes in, she doesn't take the heat.
They're no matter the way that they have this media set up and the stuff that we talked about, how they're going forward with the censorship and the new media passes. You can't make him look bad to these fucking people right now,
Yeah, he can't make himself look bad with the shit that he's doing yet.
Like he can't finish sentences. We watch his fucking press conferences and we're appalled that somebody would look at that man and feel fucking inspired or feel confidence in that motherfucker.
Yeah, he's a leader. He's definitely the leader we need in this modern world. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
My leg, having the hair on my leg stand up. Now I know what it's like to live with cockroaches and have kids sit on my lap. This is what he actually said. And you want this man to be president?
I think he's definitely going to take a fall at some point. It might just be he might age out. I'd say 6 months. Within the first 6 months, he's going to age out. Kamala's going to take over, and Hillary Clinton's going to be the vice president.
Does she get to pick, or does it go to fucking Pelosi?
I believe she gets to pick.
Because I don't know. I don't know. I think, especially if he fucking dies, it's not like, unless they go like he's unfit to serve and they fucking they remove his ass. We're done with you. I don't know. I think I'm not sure. We'll have to look into that. I think if he dies, though, it should go down the line of secession.
But then wouldn't that make the House minority leader the House majority leader? Wouldn't that switch up the actual parties, the delegation of power?
Yeah, I think everybody just bumps up, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We're gonna have to look into that. I mean, it should be pretty easy to see. You just look back to JFK and see who became president or vice president when LBJ took over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
But the play is definitely for Kamala to be the president before this is all over. Oh, here's another question that I thought about the other day. For a party that believes that gender is a social construct, why are they celebrating the first female vice president?
No, I've been having that exact same fucking thought to myself. Exactly. Like, she's the first. We're not supposed to say those words anymore. Just like Pelosi. I come to this Congress as a woman, a daughter. Like, I don't know what these words mean anymore, Nancy. You told me to forget those words. What are you saying, bitch?
Yeah, exactly. That goes back to that other point that I made a couple of podcasts ago where it's like binary. Well, wouldn't non-binary be fucking like a mute point because there's 57 genders? Wouldn't it be like Heinz binary, like you said? It's all confusing, and I think it's built in. It's like it's not like an effect of the theology. It's built into it. It has to be non-understandable. It has to be self-contradicting. Because then it just continues the next fucking layer of thought. You know what I mean?
That seems
it can't be based in anything.
Yeah, seems to be the philosophy of fucking ideologies. She reminded me an awful lot of the fucking church, the way you were just describing it.
Yeah, built in contradictions on purpose. You know
exactly. Yeah, don't make sense on purpose.
Yep.
Thinly veiled fucking nonsense.
Mr. Wombat says, Joe Biden Povich, you said you were black. The lie detector determined that was a lie. You are not black because you did not vote for me. Ain't that the truth?
So when I go apply for a job, I'm just going to mark other.
Yeah, Biden voter.
Right. Will be Caucasian, Hispanic, Biden voter. Oh, for sure, Biden.
Right?
They got to know I'm black.
Hey, easy on that hard R, motherfucker. It's Voda.
Voda. Yeah, VOTA. Mr. Wombat says, yes, Sharon, I think Kamala is the play. She'll do whatever is asked for her for power. She's a woman and black, so she's untouchable. Yeah, she only if they play that game, which we don't play. You know what I mean?
We the black delegation don't claim her.
We over at the black delegation. Yeah, man. We're still based in logic and reality. So when you say that a lady of Indian descent is black,
that's the other thing, though. That's what I was just about to get in there. Is that she's Indian, so therefore she's Asian, and the Asians have already been lumped into white by their own logic.
Yeah, exactly. Asians are not considered a minority; they are considered white passing.
So she is. Yeah.
Asians are the real white people, though. They make 37% more than everybody.
Asian women are the top dogs, top earners.
Yep.
All the pimple poppers out there.
Sharon's having a good time today.
Boda.
Sharon's here says he dies. He wants the state funeral like McCain. Of course. Of course. Yeah, no, he's definitely going to age out. I don't see him making it through 4 years. Do you know that Joe Biden is 7 years older than the average life expectancy of his generation?
Is there an age limit on the presidency?
No, only age limit on the bottom end. You have to be 35. But you could be president as for forever, I guess. But yeah, not only is he 7 years older than the average life
So
expectancy of
that means
people-
when they thought Walt Disney, he can run.
Yeah. Well, Disney went straight downhill after he fucking froze himself. He actually went to Congress talking about the perils of communism in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He
Warned
was a real one.
about it. Against. Yep. Well, I wouldn't say he's a real one. He's just a true capitalist at heart.
Yeah.
And capitalism was a great way for him to fucking do his other dealings, because he knew that he could do what he wanted to do well within this capitalist society.
Yeah, very true.
Anybody else
He was in love with his profit more than anything.
bad and shit like that.
Well, Disney ever since Walt Disney died, froze himself, whatever, that they basically took everything he created and turned it into what he was warning everybody about.
Oh,
Like
man,
the
he
princess
was.
generation, you know what I mean? These women that grow up thinking they're princesses. It's like, no, bitch, you're a regular woman.
Yep.
You're not a princess.
But
You're never
that's the
gonna be
thing.
a princess.
You're sort of half right on that. Is he himself was creating a lot of that shit, creating the warrior princess programming in order to keep the capitalist shit going, because like we talked about, that governments are organisms. They're only worried about their own survival. And back then, he didn't have his teeth so firmly sunk into the fucking government just yet. He was
Right.
still just building these relationships with the CIA and shit. So he was definitely doing that shit more on his own fucking end. The shit that's going on now is, long beyond what he was doing.
Yeah, it's
But
like
he was not a good fucking person, and there's a lot of interesting shit about his fucking life, and just where all the fucking animations and the propaganda shit come from. The story of how Americans suddenly decided to start paying income taxes. That was all Walt Disney animation propaganda. The war against capitalism, that wasn't after he died. That was him drawing Donald Duck and making Americans fucking ready to give their fucking money to the government for a little bit of safety.
yeah, for sure. But in the age that he existed in, you know what I mean? When communism was the big fucking enemy, he stood up against it when other people were aligning themselves with it.
Willfully ignorant of it.
Yeah.
Whatever you choose to believe.
Up on McCarthy's lists, and he was like, "Hey, McCarthy's doing a good thing here."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't like giving Walt Disney too much praise. I know too much about Walt Disney.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. My girlfriend knows a lot about Disney too, and she absolutely hates what it's fucking based on. You know what I mean?
What it's based on, what it is, where it's going.
Yep. Nowhere good. I mean, any movie that fucking any movie company that makes videos for children and hides dicks on the cover, it can't be good.
Mm-hmm. Just how the majority of their movies start with a traumatic event.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like
you look at the fairy tales. It's like a wicked stepmother, a fucking murderous father. You know what I mean?
Teaching kids to keep secrets. Exactly, that you can't trust your parents. You can't go to your parents. That you're against. It's a lot of ways that you could use to groom children to be fucking victims of pedophilia if you sort of fucking think about it.
Shit's crazy. Child trafficking a lot. You know what I mean? Being kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
All the old basic fucking the fairy tales, like from
just run away. You'll be fine. You'll have an adventure. Your parents don't understand.
Just leave a trail of breadcrumbs. So what else? What's going to be the news tomorrow? What's going to be our prophecy for what's going to come out next week, since we've been so on point so far?
Oh, you can't force it. You can't force it.
Yeah.
They got to come to me. They got to come to me.
I think that the Syria and the Taiwan thing is going to break pretty soon. I think that we will have an uptick in soldiers in the Middle East again by the thousands, I'd imagine. And I think China will continue to push the ball, push the envelope, see exactly what Biden will let them get away with. It's going to be interesting to see if he draws a line ever. You know what I mean? If there's ever a red line drawn where you will not pass this line or you will face consequences. I doubt that he will ever make a declaration like that.
Well, Xi Jinping, I mean, whichever way you want to fucking take from his comments today at the Bezos thing, he was either, he very well could have just been warning, it could have been taken as a warning as well as as asking, we should, hey, we probably shouldn't go to war, or it was, you probably shouldn't fuck around, whichever way you want to take it.
I'm gonna dip out after the podcast.
Yeah. It was definitely a warning. It wasn't a let's work together.
Like, you guys don't even know all the bombs that we have inside your little TVs and phones and shit. One little switch and everybody goes boom.
Yeah, and how many microphones and cameras and shit are also in places. If you don't think China's trying to steal every single fucking thing they can, then again, I got a bridge to sell you,
Yeah, you're not paying attention.
Not just that, but even look at Amazon these days. Amazon, originally they were selling things from producers, regular people that came up with products, and they made the products and then sold them on Amazon, because Amazon was one of the platforms that allowed you to sell your products that you invented or created. But what Amazon was doing was they were selling your products, but they just take one and reverse engineer it and then redesign it themselves under the Amazon logo and start selling it by themselves, and then cutting out the original creator. Like, that is a page out of China's playbook. That's what they've done for 50 years.
That's what Bill Gates did to get ahead in the software industry.
Yeah, exactly.
Bring in a programmer, take their shit. Sometimes they turn up dead, sometimes they don't. These all of these people in the club, they definitely have an MO. Modus operandi. Go ahead.
Mr. Wombat says, what's your all's time frame prediction on when they make the big play on 2A? I think they're already starting. I think that by Biden saying that he was going to go to war with the NRA, I think that's foreshadowing that it's coming sooner than you think. I don't know. Did he already sign the executive order banning online sales of guns and ammo?
I am not sure just yet, and that's fucking what's scary, because it's already so hard for me personally to get ammo as it is. Getting the shit online is literally the only way that it is accessible already.
Yeah, Wombat.
You take that away, it's over.
Wombat, that might be the answer. I don't think that they're actually going to go after 2A. What I think is that they're gonna go after control of ammo. Because you could have all the guns you want, but if you can't get bullets and you're not making your own, then you're no threat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. See what I mean about how they got to come to you? They just got to come to you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be natural. You're right. That's how we've been right so far. And we have been right way more often than we've been wrong. I mean, when I say
even when we've been wrong, we're just not right yet.
Prediction, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. This is science. This is prediction based in science. How we've got here the steps that got us here.
Yeah, so I think that that's going to do it. I think that when he signs the executive order saying that you're no longer allowed to buy ammo online, that's going to be the beginning of the attack on 2A. And it's not going to be an attack on 2A, it's going to be an attack on ammo, because they've already gone through the Supreme Court, and the verdict is you can't fucking.
Yeah, they tried to take away our right to conceal carry here in Illinois, and we got that shit back.
Yeah, and basically what the Supreme Court says is that if you try to change any of the laws, then you basically have to get rid of the Second Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that it's all tied to each other. You can't take away a law concerning guns and leave the Second Amendment. It can't coincide. So that's what I think. I think it's the ammo that they're going to go after.
I mean, I have no problem with every state adopting the same fucking laws that we have here, where, there's the fucking waiting list, a couple hours fucking gun safety. But anything more than that is fucking just wrong. And it only benefits criminals.
And one of the main things about the guns, the whole conversation concerning guns, is that the people that are trying to make these laws about guns are the people that have never even seen a gun in real life, have never held a gun, don't own guns.
Yeah, they're just surrounded by people that carry them for them.
Yeah, they say that they want to end fully semi-automatic assault rifles. Like none of that makes sense. That's not a real sentence.
Yeah, they just want revolvers. I got newsflash for you. Back in the day when it was cowboys riding around these parts, they were shooting each other the fuck up with those revolvers. And then next you're gonna ban speed loaders, and then what? We're just gonna have you can only carry one single shot musket pistols.
You can only have one rock in your pocket at a time.
Yeah, I mean they banned guns in fucking England forever, and motherfuckers are still eating up life sentences for fucking stabbing crimes. It don't stop shit. People are the problem. It's not whatever fucking weapon, like you said, rocks, a stick, my fist. You're gonna outlaw boots so you can't stomp people's fucking heads in anymore. If you're walking around the streets with steel toes on and you can't provide paperwork that you're going to work, you're going to jail. You think it's funny, but tell me that's not the logic. That's not the natural progression with this logic that we're using.
But yeah, where do you draw a line? Where is the line drawn? You know what I mean?
Scissors, man. Scissors are going to be obsolete.
Hell, knives. How you gonna cut your food? You gonna cut?
And that's what's going on in England right now. They outlawed guns completely by their populace. There's a rash of stabbing incidences.
I have the equipment here because I got into Forge and Fire. I have the equipment here at my house to make fucking knives. And I could take any piece of metal and grind it the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So they literally, it's been evident that they wanted to make this place a police, a police state or a prison state basically for a long fucking time now. And how more similar can you get to a bunch of motherfuckers running around with prison shanks on them, in the fucking streets, fucking razor blades with garbage bags wrapped around them.
Right. Toothbrushes melted down and shit.
Yeah.
The one thing that really struck me about this whole...
Hold on. Maybe that's the strategy to get us to clean up the environment in the ocean. We're going to pick up all the plastics and make shanks out of them.
Look at this big piece I just found.
It's a fucking machete.
Right. That's a U.S. post office box I could turn into 20 knives.
That's going to be a super green murder.
We're going green.
In murder.
Murder green.
You get less time if you kill someone going green.
With the recycled shank.
He didn't use a gun, though. He used a stick.
Give him 5 instead of 10.
The thing that really struck me about the whole UK thing was, all right, we all understand that UK banned guns, right? Does anybody remember the wave of terrorist attacks that involved cars and trucks?
Yeah, exactly.
Does anybody think that using a truck to kill people will kill less people than a gun.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? One drive down the street, if it's a full street, you could take out a lot of fucking people.
Yep.
With a gun, you'd probably have to reload at least once to take out that amount of people.
Depending on the gun.
Yeah, depending on the gun and depending on the size of the truck, I guess.
Yeah.
So in the UK, so only the cops and the military have weapons?
Even
Just the
the
military,
police,
not even the
police don't
cops.
have guns. They have tasers. They have batons.
They have whistles.
So only the military have the weapons.
Yeah, and I think like their SWAT teams and their like special reaction teams have weapons, but the general population is not allowed to have weapons at all.
But they're there.
Oh yeah, they're there. They're
Just the criminals, just for the people with the money and the means to get them.
Print a plastic
yeah.
gun.
You can 3D print guns. So that's another point that 2A will never literally be going away because there is no stopping it here. It's just going to create more criminals.
It is a part of, honestly, yeah, it is, but it's a blessing, man. It is a blessing that it is a part of our fucking culture. No matter how many people want it to go away and are fucking afraid of it, you know. Thank God it's so fucking ingrained in us as a society to be able to fucking defend ourselves and protect ourselves.
And that whole fucking group of the population that said that'll never happen here. Well, they got a fucking wake-up call in the last year and a half. Anything can happen here.
Exactly.
No, we are not special. The only thing that makes us special is the Constitution. That's it. Sharon says the whole Keystone Pipeline, I forgot how involved Buffett was in it. Good old Warren Buffett showing his ugly mug again. The thing about the pipeline that gets me, it's just so crazy to me, is that they're gonna stop the pipeline here when there's contracts signed with the sovereign nation of the Ute Indians. Like they're threatening the livelihood and sovereignty of a separate nation by canceling this pipeline. And not only that, but we're going to the Middle East and we're going to build a pipeline from Turkey to Qatar instead.
Yeah, I definitely can't. I want to throw that into the face of some woke motherfuckers, especially the ones that talk about, stolen land. Like, Biden's going to get that land back.
Yeah, no, you can't make the decision on that Indian reservation anymore. The U.S. government made that unacceptable.
We decided that 15 feet below your reservation, that's still our land. So we're
you only own the topsoil. But basically, we're going to be fighting in the Middle East again over a pipeline regardless. So we're actually going to be taking lives to build a pipeline in a different country instead of just building one in our country that helps us.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely asinine ideas, man.
I want to know if Chiden's going to follow in his glorious Big Brother's footsteps and give us some fucking high-speed rail. Or is that just, is that going to go against his, his vaccination priorities right now?
Nah, I think
these travel bans in place.
I think Biden just thinks Tesla got that covered. I think Elon Musk will handle that for us. We don't have to spend any money.
Yeah, you might be right.
Mr. Wombat says, I actually agree with you both. I've thought the same for a bit. Limit resources to create the ammo, tax the heck out of ammo, limit the amount and frequency of purchases are ideas that come to mind. Yeah. And I mean, even right now, when you go to a gun store to buy ammo, the very, very small amount of fucking gun stores that have ammo, they're saying you could buy one box of anything, but only one box.
Yeah. There's the best fucking Bernie meme out there was him in the fucking ammo store, and I fucking commented on it. I am once again asking you if you have any 5.56 in stock. Because it's exactly what the fuck it's like.
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the scary truth, but it's the truth. Otherwise, we're just going to have a whole lot of paperweights. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Throw your gun at somebody?
And that's just here in Illinois. I know, like, even in states next to us, it's a lot easier to buy guns
one box
and ammo.
per purchase.
Okay.
I'm cool with all the states having the exact same gun laws. Sort of since we've got got our concealed carry back in Illinois, like I'm cool with the whole country having these same laws. But then that way, my concealed carry better be good in every single fucking state. You know, I might get locked up for not having my vaccine, but my gun better not be a fucking problem.
See, I tend to agree with you, but I go even more extreme. Like, yeah, we should have the same exact gun laws across all 50 states, and I think we already do. It's called the Second Amendment, and it says shall not be infringed.
But like the shit that goes on in these streets, you know, where most of the guns come from, there are problems with it. There's definitely problems with people leaving the state, buying a shitload of guns and bringing them back here and fucking selling them for fucking a huge fucking amount of a huge markup. Right.
But that's not covered in the Second Amendment, just the ownership of the gun. If you're a felon, there's there have been amendments that take away your God-given rights if you're convicted of a felony. So if you're a felon,
it's
then
not just reoccurring felons that are out here using them though. It's fucking kids. It's a lot more than just a broad stroke.
Right, but I'm saying the guy that goes to, like in our instance, the guy that goes to Indiana and buys 50 guns and brings them back, that guy is a criminal. That guy should go to jail, and that should not be allowed to happen. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about the kid that buys the gun. Of course, that should be illegal as well because you have to be an adult. But I'm just extreme when it comes to the Second Amendment. It says
I think first and foremost, you should probably be a gun owner before, in order to dictate gun laws. But
yeah, of course.
But
anybody that says fully semi-automatic weapons should not be allowed, you're immediately disqualified from the conversation.
Like you need to take those exact same gun courses that you're fucking trying to push on everybody else.
That's actually a really good idea. To actually make the legislators take the course so they know what the fuck they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. I mean, another solution would be to bring guns back to school.
Yeah. We talked about that in a past podcast where the 60s and 70s shooting was an actual high school class. You had to take it. You had
shooting
to know
teams.
You had to know how to operate a gun in high school.
My high school here in the city of Chicago has a gun range in the basement. It was right next to our fucking football locker room.
But we can't have that. We can't have an educated populace. We have to have a controlled populace.
We can't have a populace of marksmen.
Yeah, absolutely not.
We want innocent kids to get hit,
Yeah, it's good for business, man. It's just profit. It's more funding for public hospitals.
Right.
It's just more fucking
more pedestals money to put yourself on to make yourself look better in the public eye.
Yep. Father Flager gets to come out and fucking make a statement and then fucking diddle some fucking straggler kid on the way out. Yeah. Everybody benefits.
Apparently a second accusation came out against good old Father Flem. Mr. Wombat says on tonight's news at 11, inner city Biden voter on Biden voter violence. Steel toe boots on the rise. City mayor to look into implementing steel toe boot control measures.
Yeah. I think composite toes are the way to go. We can't have composite toes.
Right. All boots are gonna have like the footy fucking shoes where each toe is separate.
Yeah. Mandate Crocs are now the national fucking mandate. Everyone must wear Crocs.
If you're not engaged in work activity, Crocs are mandate.
Right.
You gotta leave your boots in your fucking locker.
No, it's going to actually be steel toes. Like I said, it's going to be boots with individual toes built in, and each toe will have a steel...
a little steel toenail on it.
We've been over all the possibilities, and this seems like the most comprehensive answer to the issue.
There's no way we'll have to come back here and revisit this.
Yeah. Sharon says there were gun competitions when we were talking about high school. Yeah, I mean,
shooting teams.
it was an Olympic sport, you know, target shooting. So
Still is though, man. Like in the Winter Olympics, they do that cross country shit. It's actually dope. I actually like watching that shit.
yeah, those little target guns are fucking awesome too. They're like all the attachments and the fucking like balance bars that are sticking off of the fucking things and everything.
It looks like a crossbow, but it's a fucking rifle.
Right? Yeah, it's wild. Sharon says not Crocs. Anything with those things. All right, ballet shoes.
Oh,
Right, Uggs, yeah, Uggs.
softest shoe out there, damn near. Or softest boot, whatever.
Right, the rich white women throw that Gucci covered fucking foot over the fence and step right in front of the line. Oh, we're talking about injustices against Black Americans. Let me show you how to do this, Black people. The rich white women. No, they have to be Gucci slides. Thank you. What next, man? What next?
It just forced Gucci to make their own Crocs.
Gucci and Crocs join forces. That'd be crazy.
Right. Can I see that?
That'd be crazy.
They call them guacs for the white women.
They white women do love guac. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm a white guy, so that's not racist.
We're talking about white people. It's not racist.
Yeah, Mr. Wombat said, "Got to be slides, no sandals or flip flops. Definitely got to be slides. Like prison, they only give you slides in prison. You can't shit kick somebody when you're wearing slides.
You don't want no Gucci
Well,
or thong slide.
If you know how to kick, I mean, you're not really supposed to kick with your foot. You're supposed to kick with your shin. I mean, it's just going to further educate people into the right way of doing things, and then they're just going to take our fucking legs.
Right? And if you're gonna stomp somebody, you really want to stomp with your heel.
Exactly. You don't stomp with your toe. I heard of a toe stomping.
Right? If you kick with your toes, you're just setting yourself up to have a limp for the next couple of weeks.
Right? Kick with your toe.
Sharon says, "So when do you guys stream usually?"
We try to do Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. It was
every
3-ish.
now and then.
Go
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
It's been a little bit later, so probably like Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, barring any fucking technical difficulties around, 3 to 5-ish is usually when we try to fucking connect and get our streams going. But yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday afternoons, early evenings.
And so far up until now, when we do miss a day, because stuff happens every now and again, we do miss a day, and we'll just do it the next day whenever we can, schedule wise. So we're basically shooting for 3 a week, so that there's enough time in between streams to come up with enough shit to talk about, which hasn't been a problem at all.
Yeah, it has not been a problem. Nope.
So
I would like to be more vocal, but I'm not into politics. I don't got that much input to say, but I am here.
can I see the
He
asterisk?
just wants to be included.
Right?
But no, Wes is a good person to have, because like you and I are totally completely consumed by politics, being right after the campaign season and everything. But somebody that's not following so closely is going to have a completely different perspective on the shit that's actually happening,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't even know none of the people y'all talk about. Y'all naming names, and I was like, I don't know.
It's supposed to be that way. That's how they want it.
Yep. But
That's
when you
by
do
design.
when you hear us say something like fucking UK banned guns, there are no guns are allowed in the UK, and you not knowing that, the questions you have immediately following learning that are what's really going to show people stuff,
Exactly.
It's good to have an outsider, and we're still looking for somebody that's on the left that actually believes in their policy stances to come on and have a talk with us.
Somebody that can actually articulate and not just fucking scream death threats and fucking, nonsense.
No, bye.
I
I just said hi, dude.
Not this time. No.
Right. Slides are like flip flops without the toe thong.
Yeah.
That's the best way I could explain it, basically, right?
Pretty much. Or sandal, open toe sandal. But that
House
sounds
shoes.
like a female shoe.
Yeah, house shoes, slippers.
Yeah.
Sharon's here says, I like your input, Ominous.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. We almost had to do something like this because us as a group, we have so much fun just making fun of the bullshit that's going on in our world. You
Yep.
know what I mean?
True.
But at the same time, we're so hyper informed about what's really going on in our world that you have to make it funny or else you're gonna cry. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
The shit
Yeah.
is not going well.
It's the only way to keep yourself from getting overwhelmed.
Is that shit you told me a while ago that broke me that time.
Yeah.
Like, it broke me for like 5-10 minutes. Like I was
Yeah.
just shook.
Me and Wes were having a conversation, and I was I basically broke the news to him that late term abortion and partial birth abortion were legal in some parts of our country. And he was shocked, like completely shocked that was real.
Like just hearing about it, oh my god. That shit infuriates me.
Yeah.
It's fucking murder. It's like you're not human in my eyes to do some shit like that.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yep. Let's just do that shit behind closed doors and never talk about it, and nobody will know.
But Tubman's on the 20 now. Rejoice.
Right? All the backwoods white people are gonna be like, what the fuck's Aunt Jemima doing on money these days?
That
Exactly.
bitch jumped off the box and onto the bill.
Right?
How many white folks are gonna stop using 20s because of that shit? They're gonna hand them a 20 now. Give me 2 10s.
Yeah.
Right? I'd like 10 Lincolns, please.
Right? The 20 gonna become famous in the black community.
Yeah, Benjamins ain't gonna be shit no more.
Right?
Sharon says I don't think they exist, too easily triggered. And that's kind of why there's an open invitation on the podcast, because part of me doesn't think they exist either. So I'm kind of curious to see if one's out there that wants to try his hand, you know?
The few that I've interacted with on Twitter, I'm pretty sure are fucking bots. But they've been the exact same fucking thing. Is no logic. You present evidence. Don't look at it.
Everything's
Don't look at exactly. You show them an article. They'll read the title and base their retort off the title, not knowing that the article is, there's 10 fucking points in there. There's no way you could be saying what you're saying now if you read all that.
Yeah, exactly. The last message I got from a buddy that's a leftist was, "The world is safe now." And I said, "Oh yeah." Then asked him about ISIS bombing in Baghdad, and I said, "Were they safe too?" Because you said the world.
Not just this parking lot.
The
Not
capital
just
got
this
stolen,
city.
but the world is
The
safe.
world, Craig.
Yeah,
The
right.
world.
The world is safe again, he said. And I almost
These are the
lost
same
my
people. These are the
shit.
same people that are going to tell you that America was never great. I'm going to ask you, when the fuck was the world ever safe?
Yeah,
Again.
right?
So is he
Safe
trying
again.
to war peace?
War on peace. Peace doesn't exist, man.
World peace?
The quest
Been a
for
war on
peace.
peace for a minute.
Yeah. Passion is what
Because
what
if the
frees
world is
you,
safe, then
not
that
peace.
means we must be peaceful. Everything must be peaceful.
Yeah, on Sharon. Sharon says, "Big Red, I sent you a breaking news on Twitter. Twitter doesn't recognize you, Blizz." Yeah, they recognized me too fast. I think I was on there for 5 days and I got permabanned. I'm in the basket of deplorables as far as Twitter is concerned. So Red runs our Gab page. He's
The office of the former president. Statement from the office of the former president.
Share it.
Today, the 45th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Yeah, hold on, I can't share it.
Yeah, I literally lasted 5 days on Twitter. I made a Twitter account like November 4th or something like that. And I was kicked off by the 15th. So Red is going to be running the Gab page. I know it's a lot of work, but it's basically out of safety that we don't get blocked there too, that I have no part of it. my snapback is too strong.
This could mean a couple things. He's definitely going forward with that fucking Patriot Party shit, but I don't know. The office will be responsible for managing, so he's just trying to get around the censorship right now. But he could simply go on Gab, or is he waiting so that he can not only, he's going to start his own MAGA fucking platform as well, so he could just generate all these dollars, bleed these fucking people dry, basically.
This is hilarious because it goes right along with Trump being the ultimate internet troll. It's basically just a shot in the face of the office of president-elect because it didn't exist. That office was created by Obama. It never existed before that. And this now is just a shot at that entire farce.
But again, with it being trolling, too little too late, because he could have took these steps while he was still in the fucking White House and actually had a way to correspond with the people instead of corresponding his fucking correspondence.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's still not a direct line to him like Twitter was. You know what I mean? You're not going to get unadulterated fucking Trump quote anywhere anymore. It's going to be censored. It's going to be gone over with a comb, I believe. But here's a question. Here's a good question. What do you think happens with the Republican Party? To everybody in the chat and to us as well. What do you think? Do you think that there's going to be a Patriot Party started, or do you think that Trump and the MAGA movement is going to make a play to actually take over the GOP?
Sidney Powell already filed to start a PAC, so they're already moving in that fucking way. The Patriot, I'm sure the Patriot Party is going to happen. He's going to try to primary a bunch of people out, but it's exactly what I said earlier in that tweet commenting on Poso's shit. If he does do that, he's just going to further divide the party. So you're going to have a third of the portion of people that already lost going against, the new majority plus however many illegals can get into this fucking country. It's a losing fucking battle. There's no way to fucking win that. The way to win that would be to get younger, to teach people and to show people, the error of their ways and how there are solutions through democracy, through this republic, through the Democratic Republic, through capitalism, and uplifting yourself and those around you if you want to. Or if you want to be a scumbag, you can be a scumbag too, but that's life. That's your choice. That is your freedom. And I totally see him doing it, and it just fits to the narrative that he is just further, you know what I'm saying? He's not a good guy. He's not a savior. He doesn't give a fuck about the end game because he's going to be fine regardless. This is money. This is money and power and establishing, okay, yeah, you guys are going to fucking ban me from fucking states. You guys don't want me to do business. I'm going to have people sending me money for their grandkids are going to be sending my grandkids fucking money. That's all it is.
It could be. It's definitely an option.
He's had way too much time to do anything if it was anything otherwise.
I think that a lot of people don't realize that important part to what you just said is that there's going to be 20 million brand new Democrats. Like, the DACA and the Dreamers and the illegal immigrants that are all going to be granted citizenship through amnesty, that's creating brand new Democrats. And how do you make up for a 20 million fucking vote loss to a conservative? How do you make up for that?
Yep. It's not by completely evacuating Twitter and leaving these fuckers in their safe space. Got to be seen. You got to speak the truth in public settings. Don't make yourself out to be a screaming fucking blue-haired lunatic. Be articulate. Be calm. Be constant. Know that, you know, what you're fucking, you know, believe in what the fuck you're saying and stand by it. Have conviction.
So part of me thinks that the Patriot Party might be the real answer, because to be a conservative doesn't correlate to being in the GOP anymore. You know what I mean? Being in the GOP, it's old money. You know what I mean? It's established family lines, money lines. These people are all married to each other and all integrated into each other's businesses. It's old money. You know what I mean? So, I used to think that taking over the GOP and taking the infrastructure that they've already built over fucking however many generations was the right play. But now I think that they need to just be shown the door. Like, your time is over now.
Yeah. But, I mean, you're not going to be able to do that by splitting up. You have to take over. You have to do what you're seeing being done on the other side. You got to match it. The only difference is
we've
with education, and as people grow up, unless everything is completely censored and history is rewritten, you can't hide the fucking truth. And there's no way you can cover up the benefits of liberty, living in a fucking free society. Sooner or later, the fucking, people, it's going to fucking come through. It's going to fucking, be evident that this control is, it's overwhelming. It's not fucking beneficial to anybody but the power.
But my thinking is that if Trump does start the Patriot Party and Sidney Powell's PAC, if that's what it was designed for, was to support the Patriot Party, then it might be the right play. Because then what it would lead to Trump not running in the next election, but it would probably lead to Trump starting his own media company and building the infrastructure that they need to actually compete. You know what I mean? Because that's what I've always seen after Trump left office, was that Trump was going to start his own version of Fox News. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have his own media company, his own media outlets, his own social media company.
I'll double down on you with that one. That's definitely coming.
And that in essence is building the infrastructure to get their point of view across to the general public. You know what I mean? And that's what's going to sway people, because in the grand scheme of things, as people grow up, as people age, they generally go from being Democrat, a liberal, to being a conservative as they get older and they have more to lose. People don't usually go from
something.
Yeah, people don't generally start as conservative and then become liberal. It just generally doesn't happen. I mean, yeah, of course, there's times here and there. There's the fucking Lincoln Project and Mitt Romney. You know what I mean? But
that's after they've already made their money.
Right, they've already cashed in.
They're willing to risk future earnings, but they're already established.
Yeah. Mr. Wombat says, what I'd like to see, Trump manages to convince some of the newly elected GOP like Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Greene, Matt Gaetz, and Hawley, and even newly switched Vernon Jones to form the foundation. Yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen if they do start the Patriot Party. Like, either way, the Patriot Party is going to exist soon. It's either going to take over the GOP or it's going to start something completely fresh and new that's going to push the GOP out of the way.
And you don't think that these people are going to be called Nazis and fascists and not get ran out of their fucking towns? They're not going to use that. They're not going to use that exact same machine
But the thing is that when they get called the Nazis, they're not being run out of their own towns because their own towns are who elected them. They're being run out of the national scene. You know what I mean? Like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is going to win re-election no matter what. He's from Texas. That they believe what they voted for him for. But on the national level, he's just villainized. Same with Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley is going to be reelected. They're trying to push these guys out of the Congress right now.
Well, here, I definitely think Ted Cruz isn't going anywhere. Some of them definitely could, but here's why I think so. Because the machine has been, aiming at Donald Trump. He's gone. He's out of the fucking picture. So now these people are the focus now.
But is he out of the
target now?
Is he out of the picture though? I mean, if you turn on CNN, they're all wondering what Trump's been doing for these last couple of weeks. They're all talking about how the national the national anxiety level has decreased since Trump has left. You know what I mean? That's what I thought too. I thought if Trump did lose the election that he would just disappear from the national spotlight. But no, it's like, oh, it sure is nice having Trump gone. And then dramatic pause. I wonder what Trump's up to. You know what I mean?
Because they got nothing to write about.
Exactly, because there's nothing actually interesting in politics anymore. Now it's just the same old fucking lies. I think Matt Gaetz is a national fucking hero. I think that the Russiagate scandal would not even be known to people if it wasn't for Matt Gaetz. And they fucking...
It's still not known. It's only known to a portion of the fucking population.
Exactly. Which just goes to show how easily it would have been suppressed if he wouldn't have stepped in and got it out. Like there are real rock stars in our politics, but can they stay there with the machine being built around them right now?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They're few and far in between. And
yeah, very few. I could probably count all of them from the House and the Senate on one hand. And all those people that you mentioned here, the Lauren Boebert, who demanded that she be able to carry her Glock into Congress, that's rock star right there.
That's American as fuck.
Right? Mm-hmm. Marjorie Greene saying, fuck you, Democrats. I believe that Donald Trump was actually doing good things for this country, no matter what you tell me. That's rock star. I already explained Matt Gaetz. And Josh Hawley. I'm on the fence on Hawley. I do believe he'll be reelected, but I think that he's a lot of talk because he was a lot of talk on 230 and he ended up voting for pushing it through in the omnibus bill. It's like it's real hard to hide the fact if you're all talk these days because people are paying attention now. You know what I mean?
Some of them. Well,
yeah, way more than there were fucking during the Hussein Obama years.
That's true.
Everybody was too busy celebrating to pay attention to the fucking brown kids that were getting drone striked all over. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The GOP is done. The GOP refuses to change. Trump brought out these new citizens and veterans who legit believe in America first. Kim Classic. Sean Parnell. I really like Sean Parnell. I've done a lot of research on him, and I think his election got stolen from him as well. That Connor Lamb is a piece of shit, and I think he stole that election because Sean Parnell was up like 40,000 votes at the same time. You know, in that Pennsylvania, the switch where it happened overnight. Anna Paulina. There's another guy in New Jersey, Billy Prempe, who is really interesting to me. He's I believe he's a African immigrant, but he served in either the Air Force or the Navy during Desert Storm, I believe. And during Desert Storm, he was a conscientious objector, meaning one of his commanding officers gave him an order and he refused to carry them out because they were wrong, immoral to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he got the book thrown at him when he was in the military. And now he's come out and he's listening to everybody. Like he's a conservative. He's a Republican because you have to be one or the other. but he's interested in listening to people's ideas and actually making changes in New Jersey of all places, where it's like it might as well be Chicago, the whole state. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So yeah, if anybody out there is looking for somebody new to look up, check out Billy Prempeh. I think it's Prempeh, and he lost by a lot, just like Kim Classic, but super legit. Mr. Wombat says CNN is broke. AT&T wants to sell it. Trump should buy it, rename it TNN instead of CNN, and go 24/7, 365 on these hating fools.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Vanderbilt's mommy or one of his fucking cousins will buy it. They've got connections.
Yeah, for sure. I think Anderson Cooper probably would buy it. It's interesting, that whole scenario. You know what I mean? CNN is breaking records for fucking viewership for years while Trump is in office. As soon as Trump gets defeated in the election, now it's a ghost town on CNN, and AT&T's trying to sell the network completely.
How much money did they blow on smearing that man?
Fuck, how years worth? 5 years, nothing but. You know, how many careers were wasted on smearing that guy when journalism could have been done?
How many young women have wrinkly faces now from having to force frown for fucking hours on a day?
Yeah, the forced furrowed brow has forever changed the women that worked at CNN. It would be fucking cosmic justice, though, for Trump to buy CNN and turn it into a America First organization.
So I'll give you the same question on all the other things, like the Assange and everything else. What's he waiting for?
Well, shit, man. If his administration taught us anything, it's that the wheels move very slowly. You know what I mean?
Why didn't you do something about that?
I think he tried. I think there were way too many obstacles. You know what I mean? There were people standing directly in the way in the positions that he needed.
So bust that fucking pen out like Biden's doing.
Can I see the ashtray? Well, he busted the pen plenty. You know what I mean? He busted the pen out in more ways than anybody fucking imagined. The thing is that his plan was everything he campaigned on. Every single thing that he said during the campaign, that was his plan during his presidency. But once he became president, it was opposition everywhere, even in his own White House. You know what I mean?
But we talked about that too, though. So why didn't he fire everybody like why didn't he fire everybody like Biden did?
Who do you replace him with in the machine? The machine is built on itself.
Outsiders, people you fucking trust, somebody who's qualified to do that specific job, and somebody you trust. That's it.
Even like Kushner, though. Kushner was obviously qualified to do the job of ensuring peace in the Middle East because the Abraham Accords got done, but everybody in the fucking country thinks that Jared Kushner got a job out of fucking nepotism, and that was his only qualification. You know what I mean? It's like it's not as easy as just saying put a supporter in there.
But it is that easy though, because what you're saying is he did that and it worked. So fuck appearances, and you know what I'm saying? If somebody's qualified and they can do the job, you put him in there, and then he doesn't have that opposition. And if what he does fails, at least he failed doing what the fuck he said he was going to do, as opposed to having a convenient excuse that they won't let me. I'm just the president, and I'm getting blocked by all these people. I'm the president that can't do nothing. I don't buy it. I do not buy it.
But the things that he did do in the 4 years that he was in office were legit and far-reaching. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he couldn't do anything. He did a lot. He did way more than anybody else before him, as far as I'm concerned.
Except for
stack the deck in his favor.
Except for stop everything that got us to where, stop where we are right now. Everything that he did is gone and erased at the poof of an eye. It was just fucking. It was imaginary. It
But
was
his
just.
presidency got in the way. You know what I mean? If he wasn't president, if Hillary was president, nothing would have been in the way, and this would have happened fucking 5 years ago. Like just him winning would got in the way.
Perhaps. I don't know if we'd be so far right here. Maybe with the pandemic and the whatever wars she would have got us into.
Yeah, we would have been at war with North Korea within the first week of her being president. I could almost guarantee it. Mr. Wombat says they stand up to criticism. Boebert ain't scared. Marjorie said she'd file articles of impeachment on Biden and did. Somebody like Trump in their corner could be huge for them. And that's exactly what I think he's going to do. That's the role he's going to play. Is he's going to be the head of the Patriot Party from here on out. He's not going to try. I don't think he's going to try and run again. I think he's just going to build the machine for everybody else to win in the future.
But never be president.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever be president again.
No, I'm saying no, but the people that he's building up, he's going to build up this machine, same machine that's already existed forever. This two-party fucking nonsense. So it sounds like nothing's going to fucking change the fact that we just won't ever have a fucking president, which we've already established. But Trump will be making a shitload of money off all this. That's all I see here. I see nothing really changing, and Trump makes money.
But I think a majority of Americans, if it comes down to a vote, the America First policy is the winner. You know what I mean? I think it wins hands down if for objective thinkers. Even Democrats, you know, the center. The vast majority of our population is in the center. They're not right, they're not left, they're in the middle. And those people are the ones that really decide who becomes the leader. You know what I'm saying? Sharon says Jim Jordan's a badass too. I'm torn on Jordan too. I put Jordan in that same Holly class because Jordan says a lot on TV. But if you look at his votes, he doesn't necessarily vote the way he talks all the time. And there was that whole, you know, at the college he went to when he was coaching wrestling or whatever, some dude that he was working with got convicted of being a pedophile. So I haven't done enough research on the actual, you know, the Chomo stuff, but I know that you could look at his voting record and it doesn't necessarily bear out what he says in public all the time. Obama started the racial divide. No, I think he accentuated it. I think the racial divide has been ingrained in people's fucking heads forever. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. I definitely thought it was getting better.
No, he definitely accentuated it. He definitely gave it life again. You know what I mean?
I thought for a little while it was getting better, but it seems like we're 10 steps back now for sure.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
At least just here, like here in Chicago on the streets. I don't know about the rest of the world in rural areas, but it seems like here in an actual melting pot within the melting pot, you know, the supposed melting pot country, it was getting better.
Yeah. And that's one thing to realize about this podcast too, is that we're all Chicago boys. So there is no such thing as like, there's little neighborhoods like Ukrainian Village and Chinatown and stuff like that. But where we grew up on the south side of Chicago. There was no white high school. You know what I mean? There was no Chinese high school.
Yeah, unless you were rich, you know, your daddy was rich and he's setting you out of the city.
Exactly.
To go to a fucking private school.
Yeah.
It ain't me. It ain't me, babe.
Literally in a melting pot. You know what I mean? When you go to rural places, you go to Nebraska and stuff like that, where it's 85% white no matter where you go. You know what I mean?
Maybe a couple Indian kids.
Right. But here in Chicago, the things are much different in the big cities. Chicago, New York, I'd imagine even LA. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That when you live with people of different races, it matters much less to people. You know what I mean? If
it's
people
just
are
like,
your friends, it's not because they're a white dude.
Yeah.
You know what I
Y'all
mean?
have a
It's just
connection,
like
y'all get along.
Right.
Y'all
After the
friends.
5th time you've seen a rat, it's just, oh fuck, yeah, they're there. I know.
Another rat. The first time you're like, oh my, did you see that fucking thing? It was the size of a cat. I think it was fighting a cat.
I'm pretty sure someone said that about black people. Oh my God, did you see that thing?
Right? That's how it started.
Right.
Fucking old lady walked up and licked her fucking thumb and, what is on you? It won't come off. You a miner, boy?
You work in the coal mines?
I'm trying to smoke, man. Come on. Come on, man. Almost fucking made me choke. What is on you? They have showers in the YMCA, son. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Yeah, right on. Mr. Wombat says Billy Prempe is legit. I made sure to donate to him. That's what's up. I'm glad somebody else other than me has heard of that man, because he deserves to be talked about and, you know, pushed. Because when you actually get a real one that's running for something, that's trying to do something, if he can't get support, then what the fuck is the point of any of this? You know what I mean?
Well, there isn't one. That's my stance. Because that guy, those guys have been there, and they either
They
fall
lose.
on their fucking sword, or
lose
they
bad,
fucking concede
always.
like Ben. Exactly. They either lose terribly, they don't get shown on TV, they don't get invited to debates. When they are on those debates, they don't get shown on TV, or they bend the knee like Bernie.
Yeah. Bernie was like, tear this fucking tower down. And they were like, hey, Bernie, there's the door right over there. Here's the password. And he was like, all right, I'm in.
Yep.
You mean I can get a private jet and another house? Where do I sign? Mr. Wombat says, I wish Laura Loomer would have won in Florida as well. The DNC wouldn't know what to do with her. Oh, my God. If you want to talk about cancel culture, that's the original cancel. She got fucking canceled from PayPal, from Uber Eats.
I follow her on Gab.
For what?
For standing up.
Speaking her mind, for
Yeah.
having a voice,
Yeah. If
for
she
not
would,
being for being uppity. You should know what that's like.
yeah, she was actually winning that race for a good chunk of time too in Florida. It was looking like she was gonna win. Yeah, the fucking Democrats would not know what to do with her. That fucking a pit bull in a fucking China shop. You know what I mean? Great minds think alike. Yeah, more often than not, they do, right?
Yeah, that's exactly why we're here.
Honey
There's a
Badger,
bunch of great, rich fucking minds all have great globalist ideas.
Honey Badger says, I think the game is rigged and the players are picked ahead of time.
You don't get to the White House without being bought and paid for, is my position, and I firmly am entrenched in it.
Honey Badger says, the best way to lead the opposition is for you to control it yourself. I mean, that's how it goes, right?
The illusion of choice.
Sharon
It's a good
said,
means of control.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, make them think that they have choices, but all roads lead to Rome, you know?
Yep. Free range slaves.
Yeah. Sharon says, I don't think there would have been a pandemic if Hillary would have won. No, there would have
Probably
been.
not.
Would have probably
Yeah,
been
it
a world war.
would have been a war. Yeah, it would have been a false flag fucking terrorist attack on our soil. Something terrible.
What do you think about North Korea? Do you think that do you think someone else controls North Korea? Or do you think it really is just the Kim dynasty doing whatever the fuck they want? And
Absolutely, man. They're angry, and it's a part of the isolationism too, though, man. When you lock a dog in the basement, the dog's gonna become a son of a bitch, you know? It's gonna go after whoever the fuck it sees when you open the fucking door. So that's pretty much, you know, we're just the same philosophy that we do in the Middle East, where we fight and create terrorists at the same time. It's what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? By just closing him off to the fucking world. And if you look, yeah, they're not very different as far as a lot of older cultures, a lot of male dominated fucking cultures in society. They have their power. They want to hold on to their power. They're just a little bit more obvious and overt about it.
There was some news yesterday where the top diplomat to Kuwait, what do they call it? What do they used to call it when the Russians come into America and then they stay here?
Oh, like the Project Paperclip shit?
Yeah, I can't remember the word for it. Defect. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the top North Korean diplomat to Kuwait defected yesterday to South Korea.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. I didn't fucking click on it and read who the guy was.
It's interesting, man. I mean, this is just an idea that I was thinking of on my own not too long ago. Just the idea that what if one of these fucking covert fucking organizations are actually really in control of North Korea, that it is controlled opposition.
Well,
Jong Il just a face.
Yeah, he's just the guy reaping the benefits.
in one way or another, it sort of is the case, because no matter he does have allies. He's fucking working with China and fucking and Russia
anywhere he wants. He could leave fucking North Korea at any minute for whatever reason he wants. You know what I mean?
So in some ways, yes, because
are the ones that are being controlled by him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so we know that all of our world leaders, they're all in cahoots. They all meet, they all talk, they all have each other's fucking phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, in some way, shapes or forms, yes. Because it's fucking control.
Has communicated with North Korea. Like, there's proof that the Obama administration coordinated with North Korea. They're not as isolated as people like to say that they are. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just the people, the actual population, are the ones that are isolated.
Yeah.
The ruling class, they're not isolated at all. They still shop at Gucci.
Rodman can call that motherfucker right now.
Right? Shit. Yeah, defected. That's the word. Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate you. These are just little things I think to myself sometimes. You know what I mean? When things just don't add up to me, I try to figure out why. And I feel like I see things that don't add up more often than normal people do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I think it's much more likely, and that all the world leaders are in cahoots in one way, shape, or another, and they all might have their, the back of their mind, their goals and plans to get power for themselves, but nobody's going to blow up the money train. Nobody wants to stop the fucking cash flow, and all of them are doing pretty fucking well right now in their own rights. So for the most part, they're smiling and shaking hands and pretty much, in agreement with what the fuck they're doing. And you can see that they're meeting publicly every year, for various fucking reasons. Yeah,
for sure. Just like the WEF, the fucking Bilderbergs.
Yep, publicly and secretly behind closed doors. The shit, the meetings that we can't get access to.
Right. Exactly. Same thing goes for the media when they talk about how the media doesn't talk to each other and they just, biases affect every reporting. It's like, no, man, haven't you ever heard? What was it called? There was a name for it where they exposed. There was a private chat group that all of these fucking reporters, like 150 different reporters, were all a member of, and they all gave ideas back and forth to each other. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, unless you are literally reporting somebody else's words verbatim, every single thing is biased. You know what I'm saying? It's your perspective. It's coming from your mind and where, all the things that got you to where you are and allow you to make the decisions and differentiate what's going on, So and it is all biased, but that's why it's even more important that you don't censor half of it.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
then there's only half the bias out there.
Right. Or half the story.
Both.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man. And it's just like people are cheering on the abyss at this point. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, let's just go. Fuck it. We don't know what's over there. Let's just go and find out. It's like, no, we do know. We've known forever. People have tried before, and a lot have died. Let's not do that.
Yep. Let's learn from our mistakes. Let's go forward. We can never get somewhere new if we're doing the same shit over and over and over again. Let's try some new shit. Let's take a step forward. Sharon, though, thank you. Like how you think too, man. Like all the shit that you share on Facebook. You've reminded me of a lot of shit that I was looking at a long time ago, refreshing my memory quite a bit.
Yep. I think that like we've always said on this podcast, we're just regular fucking dudes. You know what I mean? None of us are in the system. None of us are reporters. None of us are politicians. None of us are aspiring to any of that bullshit. So our perspective is different. You know what I mean? The everyman perspective should be weighed more than the ruling class or the media class. And just to remind, you know, like I personally, I am a Trump supporter, but he is not a deity. We have to, you know, we have to temper the people that are buying into the Trump is our savior. He was never a savior. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
In the grand scheme of things, if you're a religious person, there was only one fucking human on this planet that was ever a savior. And that's only if you believe that. If not, then there never was and there never will be. And that's coming from a Trump supporter. Most of the time, Trump supporters are going to tell you the exact opposite, that he knows everything, that he did everything perfect, that everybody fucking worked against him. You know what I mean?
Just a huge fucking redundancy right there.
Mm-hmm.
He did everything great, but had everybody working against him and really didn't get anything done.
Exactly. And that's another reason why your voice in particular is valuable to the podcast too, Red, is because you're not a Trump supporter. You know what I mean? But you're still intelligent enough to have a conversation about real fucking issues.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Most people that are not Trump supporters are completely ruled by feelings. Like it's crazy to me. We need to break through some of that fucking programming because we agree on way more than we disagree on, no matter where you're at. If you're a far left progressive, like a radical progressive, we still agree on 85% of everything.
Except for when they go out of their way to make you an enemy.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Message.
Right. You're right, Sharon. We do need a place for like minds. But more than that, we need a place that's open to dialogue, that's open to conversation, that's open to good faith conversation. There's plenty of platforms for bad faith fucking conversations. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere you look, there's a place where you could have a bad faith conversation. We don't need any more of those. Exactly. I'm with you there completely. I'm with you there. You could ask anybody that actually knows me that from day one, when Trump announced running for president, I was on the train. I've completely supported Donald Trump this entire time, but I'm not blinded by the fucking glow of Donald Trump. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
I'll never buy into one man being my savior. I'm going to save myself. And that's where everybody should be, as far as I'm concerned. If you can't rely on yourself, then what the fuck good is relying on anybody else?
Right.
Same with love. If you don't love yourself, how could you love anybody else? The conversation, though. The conversation is where the value lies. And that's why I'm just dying to have a progressive or a Democrat in general. I'm just dying to have that conversation with somebody. Because I want to see genuinely if they believe the shit that they've been standing on. You know what I mean? Like, I completely believe in America first. I don't think that we should be spending hundreds of millions of dollars overseas when we have homeless vets here. Like it should not happen.
Yeah, how do you fight for this country, then come home and can't get a job?
Yeah.
That don't make sense. That don't make sense at all. You risk your life so other people can have freedom, and then you come back home and get treated like shit. You can't get your benefits. You can't get this. You can barely get a job. And if you do get a job, it's just a run-of-the-mill average job.
Yeah, and God forbid you come home from a war and get diagnosed with PTSD, then you can't have a gun. You can't fucking be alone with your children. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy.
Yep.
Mr. Wombat says, I voted Trump twice. I don't regret it. However, I have plenty of gripes about his 4 years, especially towards the end. Yeah, I completely agree with that too. We've been through it on this podcast. Like there are huge issues that I had with the Trump administration, but he's still my favorite president of my lifetime. Probably only because I was born the year after Reagan left.
Fuck Reagan.
Reagan gave one hell of a speech, though.
Hollywood. It's what you'd expect from a Hollywood candidate.
Right, exactly. Obama was really known for giving good speeches, too, though.
He just had swag. You know, by him being black and all.
Really? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I too voted for Trump both times, and I was outspoken with my close circle of friends. But there were,
and I've been saying the exact same thing I've been saying now, that everything's going according to plan. I didn't necessarily think that he was going to win until I saw I was following WikiLeaks back in that time, and a few leaks got me to the conclusion that Trump is being allowed to take office. I didn't know for what reason at that time, but that Trump was allowed to get in there. And now I found out the reason. The story developed for me.
I could definitely attest to that being the truth. You've always said that, even when I argued with you against it. Like, you've always stuck to that. And that's why, you know, people like that actually build their ideas off of solid foundations, you have to respect it, even if you don't agree. And that's the difference between us and the controlling class now, is that if you disagree with them, you must be shunned, you must be shut off, you must be unpersoned and not allowed to share that belief with the rest of society.
Yep, you lost your voice privileges.
Yep. Mr. Wombat says Trump wasn't meant to fix everything. In my opinion, he was the bull in the china shop to wake the people up. He pulled back the curtain. Now we have a genuine America First movement.
Do you?
I think we do. I mean, he still got 75 million votes.
That's just the way the ball is rolling in the other, being arrested for being at the rally. So this story still has to develop.
Yeah, it's definitely being written still.
We still have to wait and see what is to come of this re-education that they are still calling for.
Yeah,
you know, the punishments.
That goes into pulling the curtain back, because they're going to overextend, they're going to overreach, and they're going to be exposed for it. You know what I mean? Like I said, a lot more people are paying attention now, and that's directly because of Trump. And I mean, there's really no way to spin it. If Trump wouldn't have won, then just like always, there would have been many, many, many less eyes in the political sphere.
Yeah, but these are all brand new eyes, like fucking just getting into politics. It takes a couple presidents for you to learn the fucking game and figure it out. So it might be a little while.
It depends. It depends, because Biden's only been in president for 5 days, and the contradictions are flowing.
Yeah, but that's to informed voters, that people that are even on Twitter. You know, the whole world isn't even on Twitter. The vast majority of population is pretty out of touch as to what the fuck is really going on. And, you know, they don't know. They have no fucking idea what's going on in Washington right now.
Yeah. And even the people that are paying attention, like me and you,
Some of them are.
the fuck's going on in Washington. We're not in
But-
those secret meetings.
Yeah, and on the other side of that as well is you got the people that are just blindly applauding at whatever the fuck they're told to. You know, they put the fucking applause button on,
Right.
and
yeah.
boy, they get the fuck up and do it.
Approaching the end of the edge of the abyss, and they're just like, yeah, let's fucking do it.
Yep. Pussy, do it.
Sharon said my first vote was Reagan's first term.
I wasn't old enough back in those days. Reagan definitely seemed like a Hollywood CIA president. He was phony as fuck. A president coming out of movies. I don't know. I don't buy it. It's like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson running for fucking president.
He's gonna run. You know he's gonna run, right? I have no doubt in my mind that fucking The Rock is gonna run for president at some point.
That'd be fucking wild.
It's gonna happen, bro. It's gonna happen. Who do you think the Ayatollah is gonna try and flex when he's got The Rock in his office? You know what I mean? It's gonna happen. The only reason Schwarzenegger never ran was because he wasn't born here.
Yeah.
Can you imagine negotiating with the Terminator?
He flipped though now.
Yeah, he's a fucking he married into the Kennedys, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly. Come with me to communism if you want to live. That family got hijacked.
Get to the commie chopper.
Oh shit, that's funny.
Yeah, I just get Mr. Wombat. Mr. Wombat said, I agree with you both. The end of the story isn't finished. It's definitely not. It's being written real time. And
Yeah.
the more eyes that see it now are more eyes that are going to be aware when the script gets flipped later on, because inevitably it will. Oh, Sharon says their methods have been too blatant. You couldn't look away without questions. Exactly. And that's my point now, is that they're going to overreach. They're throwing a net, but they're throwing the net way too wide, and too many people are going to get caught up in that net. This whole fucking cancel culture, the silencing movement, the net's too big, and it's going to fuck them.
I think overreaching is the new fashion.
For sure. But it's going to expose them.
Nah, that remains to be seen. We'll see if it doesn't just, get applauded and the dumb fucking masses just follow right along. Oh, that makes sense to me. Not even that makes sense to me. That feels right. That feels about right.
I'm really happy you told me which way I should feel about this idea. Mr. Wombat says, good. We need new eyes, new people, new ideas. Heck, I'd even like to see more Democrats like Tulsi Gabbard get some spotlight. I to tell you one thing, I completely agree. I do like Tulsi Gabbard, and I disagree with most of the things Tulsi Gabbard says. But you could tell that she is legitimately having a good faith process. You know what I mean? The things that she brings up, that she wanted to bring up before she basically quit this time, was that you could tell it was all in good faith, that she actually meant the things that she said. You can't tell that anymore about most politicians.
You know what that means? That's basically putting out your application for some job offers. Hey, Washington lobbyists, nobody's gotten to me yet. I'm still making sense. Come on down and make an offer.
Yeah, and just like because she said she's not running again. She's not seeking any more office. She realized that she can't make the fucking the differences that she wanted to while she's sitting in Congress. And that's what happens to people that actually stand on principles, like
Yeah.
Trey Gowdy.
Ron Paul left for fucking 12 years and ended up getting begged to come back.
Exactly. Ron Paul, Tulsi Gabbard, Trey Gowdy, Jason Chaffetz. Like, these guys are all people that tried to make a difference, that got there, that won the seat. And then when they got in the room, they realized, I'm not doing anything. I can't do anything.
This is all a fucking joke.
Yeah, there's 4 people on the top of this entire organization that are the ones that make everything. And we just get to sign our name on it.
Yep. Here's your participation trophy.
But
bring that home with you. Show that to all your voters.
Exactly. But at the same time, Tulsi being a Democrat it should open more eyes on the other side. You know what I mean? Hopefully.
Not if she bows out and takes herself out of the fucking game.
Yeah, and that's for right now. That's what they do. Trey Gowdy works for Fox News. Jason Chaffetz now works for Fox News. Tulsi's probably going to get a job at fucking MSNBC or something. You know what I mean? That's what they do. They wash out. They figure out they can't make a difference, so they get a paycheck somewhere. But I do like Tulsi. I like what she actually stands for something.
Did.
Yeah, did. Exactly. But that's the way it goes. You know what I mean?
That's the way she goes. Sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't.
Mr. Wombat says, if not for Trump, I'm not even paying attention to politics or the people I named earlier, including Billy Prempe. Yeah, and that's the truth. A lot of the eyes that are following politics right now are directly because of Trump. Directly, like no other explanation other than Trump.
That is a part of the problem, though, and that is why, it's allowed to get fucking used against so many fucking people as well, because that movement, he definitely did create a fucking movement, but it's definitely being used against him right now. If we had people that were interested in politics before Trump, who knows where we'd be?
Yeah, but at the same time, he did get 75 million votes, and I'd say the vast majority of those people that have been activated because of Trump are going to continue to be activated. You know what I mean? Like the eyeballs being in politics, hopefully, will not, close again.
Well, it all depends on the next couple of years.
Exactly. It's all in the proof is in the pudding, as Bill Cosby said. The proof is in the date rate, Jugs.
Sharon says Reagan wasn't like that back then. He spoke America first.
Yeah, I kind of equate Reagan and Trump basically from the same. You know what I mean? Reagan was a movie star. Trump was a TV star. They both say they came from Hollywood, came from TV. You know what I mean?
And paved the way for a globalist.
Yeah. Yeah. Sad but true. I agreed with a lot of what Reagan said, but the obviously trickle down never works.
Yeah, trickle down's a joke.
And it sucks that was the majority of what he stood for. You know what I mean? That's where he drew his line. That was his policy, because there were other things that he did that were better. But
say, hey, how many on all the movie sets that you worked on, how often did the caterer end up making something close to what you were getting?
yeah, exactly. He's like, but I tipped my limo driver really well. Mr. Wombat says, I tend to agree, Sharon. I doubt I vote for her, but at least she seems rational and seems like she cares about the people. Yeah, as far as Tulsi, that's exactly why I like her, is because she seemed principled, which is in short supply in Washington, D.C. It's fucking crazy. It's like a oxymoron, fucking upside down world, clown world. The people that are writing our policy don't stand for anything. They stand for money.
Profit. Yes, sir. Profit.
Sharon said, so did Klobuchar, but something put her over the edge. Yeah, Klobuchar until Trump was a centrist. Now she's a fucking crazy progressive.
And to all those communists that might be listening out there, just because profit, once again, just like the guns aren't the problem, it's the people. The profit isn't the problem. It's the scumbags that fucking live for it and kill for it.
Yeah. Yeah, the thirst for power will never be fucking... That will never be eradicated. We have to be able to point those people out. You know what I mean? You have to identify those people before they gain power. Yeah, I agree though. Klobuchar, I followed Klobuchar before Trump, and she seemed like a rational human being before this. And now, absolutely not. I think it was all because of her presidential run, you know? Same with Kamala. Kamala was exactly the opposite of how she voted while she was in the Senate.
Yeah. Opposite of how she was as a fucking prosecutor.
Yeah, exactly. Her entire career up until that point.
So you're just the strong. You're just the right strong black woman to stand behind this old bag of bones.
Yeah.
Now here's your script. Don't worry, you won't ever have to take any questions.
Ain't that the truth?
Just tweet this. Just tweet this one every couple days. Send one of these out.
So today was the first day that Biden actually took questions from the pool, huh? 5 days in.
And I mean, it wasn't much.
Yeah, I didn't see many hard-hitting questions in there.
No.
He even pointed out, one guy, he said, you usually ask tough questions, and that's exactly why I'm going to call on you. And they were like, what socks are you wearing today?
That's a tough question.
Right? He asked him something about COVID that had absolutely no fucking word salad answer that came in response. But
so many of his answers literally just rambled on to 3 different fucking things.
Right?
You can't get anywhere talking to this fucking guy because he talks. It's everything. It's all 3 different fucking things all at the same time.
Yeah, if you leftists missed the fucking presidential way of speaking, it's back it's back in spades now.
Yep.
Motherfucker can answers with absolutely zero answers to questions.
Yeah, no substance at all, man. But his mouth, and he's making sounds for 10 fucking minutes and saying nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. If anybody doubted, Joe Biden is an absolute career politician.
About to head out of here. Got to get an Uber.
Right on. Yeah, the return of the presidential speaking is back. You don't have to worry about Trump hurting your feelings anymore. Now you just have to worry about never getting answers to questions you need answers to.
Yep. Being lied to, getting told everything you want to hear, not even hiding the fact that you're being lied to.
Right.
But, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We'll get you on the next one.
It's just an extenuation of his campaign. Now he's just doing a different campaign with more promises that he's going to break fucking 6 months from now. Scripted, absolutely scripted. I wouldn't be surprised if he had an earpiece in for every one of these speeches he's making.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
He invented word salads. He probably did.
Yeah, you might be right on that. He might have invented word salad.
I mean, he has been holding public office for, what was it? 1/2 of the existence of our country?
Yeah.
Yep. I think it was a little bit more. I think it was 1/3. Yeah, this old white guy has been in control for 50 years of our politics. Let's do something different.
Yeah,
Elect-
this is change. This is totally gonna be different and change. This is the new hip thing. The fucking 80-year-old man.
Right? We need to get rid of these old white guys in power, so let's elect an older, whiter guy. Absolute nonsense. Always. Yeah, exactly. Making sounds for 10 minutes. One of my favorite things was during the campaign when someone asked him a question and he just put his hands in his head and he's like, I don't know. Like that was great because that was the first honest thing he said all day.
That was genuine Joe Biden right there.
Right? That was the earpiece malfunctioning.
Trying to read the answers on his hand.
Right? He's got cheat sheets fucking written all over his legs. Mr. Wombat says 7,674,363 years in office, and Biden ain't did a damn thing for this country. No, he did something. He passed the 94 crime bill and put a lot of black people in prison for one marijuana charge.
Ain't no super predators.
Yeah.
Yeah, super predator came out of the Biden administration. That's not an original Hillary remark.
So did not wanting my kids to go to school in racial jungles.
Yeah. What was that? Excuse me, Mr. Biden. Did you say racial jungle?
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Give me a break. It's bad when you got the president of the United States of America telling reporters, "Come on, man, give me a break." Like, no, you get no breaks. You're the fucking president.
It's pretty fucking pathetic.
Give me a break, man.
I'm old. He's
How do you
just gonna
expect
say,
me to remember? Come on, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up fucking asking for some sympathy and dropping "I'm old."
Yeah. You know I'm 85 years old. I can't remember stuff.
Watch that excuse gets pulled out of his fucking mouth. Watch.
It'll probably be his PR staff that use it. He won't say it himself. That whatever Pataki lady will say it.
Yeah. Well, the president is 85 years old.
He hasn't had a regular bowel movement in 72 years. He's full of shit. That's what you're saying? Mr. Wombat says Biden is the actual boogeyman they all claim Trump was.
Yeah. He's actually done all of the things that they accused Trump of.
Even on top of that, though, the Biden supporters are the ones that are pushing the agendas that were vilified with Trump. You know what I mean? The actual authoritarianism. You guys are pushing that. You're making that happen. So ass backwards, dude.
What's the greatest trick the devil pulled on humanity? That he doesn't exist?
Yep. Talking him into that he doesn't exist.
He's not the bad guy.
Right? The devil is not on a timetable. He has plenty of time.
Time does not exist for him.
Right? Mr. Wombat says, great points, and those damn Biden voters still voted for his racist ass.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They don't pay attention to politics. They have no idea who is actually responsible for that shit. You know, it's just the white cops enforcing the laws. Those are the bad guys, not Joe Biden, not the law passers. It's always the order followers, not the order givers, which, I mean, in some ways they are responsible. You know, it is your duty to fucking morally object. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the blame could go on that old bald fucker.
Yep. And basically Biden voters are like, orange man bad. Really white guy not so bad. You know what I mean? That's their mind thing. That's their mind frame.
Their group think.
Orange man bad. This guy not orange. Yeah. Make America good enough again. Yeah, fuck that.
Make America not orange.
Yeah, make America not orange again.
That's what they voted for.
And every single thing that's being pushed right now is exactly what they vilified under Trump. They're making it happen. They're pushing it to happen.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I don't understand why I couldn't figure it out for those 4 years as to why they let him get into the office. It's so fucking obvious now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
Because
agree
I
with
was
the idea, but I can see it. I can see where the possibility exists.
I was asking you like a couple times, like, is it are the fucking the heads of the Democrats, are they still fucking capitalist at heart? Are they really going to fucking usher this shit in? But I mean, they are. They don't. It's a power grab. It is a fucking power grab for the machine. And this new Zoom fucking society, the Zoom culture, the ivory towers that they were in just got raised up another couple 100 feet.
Yeah. The plebes down below that we are have just been. We're just out of focus now. They can't even see us. We're not ants. They just can't see us anymore. So detached.
Yeah, I mean, if there really is some opposition to this, where the fuck are they? Because I don't see shit. I mean, Ted Cruz is arguing with Seth Rogen on fucking Twitter. Like, big help, Ted. Big fucking help, bro. Thanks for the fucking effort, bro. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
He's just trying to get trying to get famous as well. Cashing in. Nobody gives a fuck in politics right now.
All those guys they got shit coming down the pipe for them though. So they might just be trying to lay low until their day comes. Today is Trump's day still.
We'll see how far it goes with this Biden shit, man. But when the roundups start happening, I'm a hate to be so fucking correct on that day.
Yeah, it's a dreadful idea.
Yep. I don't look forward to being correct, but man, I fucking definitely have some conviction right now. More than I have had in a long fucking time. It was just a possibility before, and it is more and more likely every day.
Right. And with this podcast, we've been so tuned in that we're literally ahead of the fucking mainstream media curve. Like, we'll talk about something, and then 3 days later, you'll hear about it on ABC,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, over and over and over again. So like we were talking about in the last podcast, you brought up the National Guard soldiers catching COVID at a super spreader event that was the inauguration. And somebody said that you were lying and passing out fake news. And then 2 days later, it gets pushed by ABC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who's a fucking liar? Who's an idiot now?
Right.
And your response to that guy was perfect. We absolutely stand by what we say.
Yeah, we take our credibility seriously, but we encourage everyone to research everything for themselves before fully accepting or dismissing anything.
Yeah, and if you're gonna take a contrary stance to something we say, you better have some fucking receipts, because we have receipts for the reason why we think the way we think.
Yep.
It's out
CNN
there.
Anderson Cooper did not tell me what to fucking think. I have a fucking stack of literature in my fucking closet of real events, real history, our actual history, not that fucking Rockefeller fucking school book version. Countless hours on fucking line watching documentary after documentary. It's coming definitely from a place of knowledge and not feeling.
Yeah. Mr. Wombat says, "Make America not orange again." Manoa. Sharon said, "First and only question, where's my check?" That's the only question that Biden voters have had this entire time.
Yeah.
Cut the check.
Yep. Where's my check? Mr. Wombat says, "Accurate, Sharon, LOL. A number of Georgians mad because they voted Biden, Warnock, and Ossoff and haven't gotten their stimulus monopoly money."
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's
Surprise.
why. That's hence the name of this podcast. No refunds.
Because they're holding that shit out. They're
bought
holding
it.
that. Yeah, exactly.
You bought it, he broke it.
You guys see what we did there? You see what we did there? It's almost like we thought of that beforehand.
I like that.
But I think that money is going to be tied to your vaccine.
Well, I mean, another thing that people aren't even talking about with this money and these $20 trillion that have been printed in the last 12 months, it's like, you think raising the minimum wage to $15 is going to do some damage. What do you think inflation on made up fucking $30 trillion is going to do? You know what I mean? Maybe that raising minimum wage to $15 is actually just keeping up with the inflation. Maybe that fucking $15 an hour is equivalent
It's still under. Yeah.
And money was not being printed like fucking newspapers.
Yeah, exactly. If they're willing to give us 15, it probably should be closer to 20.
Yeah. This is a long game, man. It's definitely a long game. It's not a jump in and win in one sitting game. And people aren't taking into account the effects that are going to have down the road. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I've said it a couple of times on this podcast. I am a devout Trump supporter, but the major problem that I had with him from the beginning was the debt, raising the debt ceiling and not coming up to a fucking balanced budget, which has always been the GOP and Republican way.
And there a lot of people's argument about him and his failing businesses sort of, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of ran us down the fucking drain a little bit.
Yep. But yeah, the raising of the national debt ceiling, the printing of 85% of our nation's money within the last year, like those are big things. Those are really, really big, huge issues that need to be talked about and need to be figured out. You can't just keep going this way.
Oh, they figured it out. Crypto, baby, digital money. They solved the problem. We're shutting down the printing press.
It could be. That could be the answer. I mean, a lot of people were talking about.
It's not an answer. Money not backed by gold is not the answer. It's their answer.
I didn't mean answer. I just meant the conclusion that they're coming up.
Yeah, there you go. That's better. That's better.
A lot of people were talking about how America, you know, the USA in 1999, it ceased to be a corporation, right? So when they signed on with the Federal Reserve, they had to become a corporation so that they could basically print money, get loans to print money. But in 1999, the corporation paperwork ended. So the USA is no longer a corporation. And a lot of the people that are in the money game, in the money industry, they were saying that they were going to return to a gold-backed currency, or that the federal government was actually going to start its own like sovereign currency system where the government would be in charge of printing money instead of the Federal Reserve. You know what I mean? But the whole digital crypto, it might be the conclusion that actually takes place instead of all these other ideas.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to help some fucking arguments, though, because there's definitely those on one side, you know, the profit is theft side, that'll make the argument then that, you know, basically all of this money shit has been fucking garbage. It's always been fucking pointless, and we all could have been living a lot fucking better already.
Oh, yeah.
Because this digital money is no different than this phony fucking baloney money that we have now. And, you know, it has always been a fucking game.
Yeah,
a big fucking joke.
Even the digital, the cryptocurrency, it's still just a different form of fiat currency. It means nothing.
Yeah,
it's not worth the paper
imaginary.
It's printed on.
It's fucking imaginary. Exactly.
And
just like most of the fucking chains that bind us.
The cryptocurrency is directly relative to the value of the paper money. You know what I mean? Like one Bitcoin is worth $35,000.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
Once
that's
that's
what people
gone,
know is that $35,000. People know what
Yeah.
that's worth. They don't know
Mhm.
what Bitcoin is. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
directly related to the actual value of the actual money.
Mm-hmm.
So when that money disappears, then what, you think inflation's just going to stop? You know what I mean? It doesn't. The long game doesn't work that way.
It won't. It definitely won't stop. Yeah, that side of the game is going to keep coming. You just probably won't be able to buy any gold or not much gold with your crypto money.
Right. Sharon
You won't be
said,
able to buy anything besides fucking worm meat.
yeah, or whatever's been officially sanctioned by the U.S. government to, approved for purchase.
Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. I feel like I was born a little late for. Can you imagine if we were born in like the Dark Ages? You know what I mean?
I always hung around with people older than me. I've always been fascinated by the older generation and, try to learn as much as I can, as well as I've always found myself making friends more often with people older than me than with people my age. It's just, I don't know. I'm just an old soul.
I think it's for me, it's just refusing to acknowledge that the midwit is in control. You know what I mean? The people that think that they know everything, that basically the midwit is the person that discredits new ideas because they assume that they already know everything. It's like, you're a waste then. Get out of the way, get out of the conversation.
Yeah, you're blocking progress.
Yep. It doesn't mean you're stupid. It means you think you know everything. You know what I mean? Which makes you stupid. If you're not constantly trying to educate yourself and expand your knowledge, then you're wasting your fucking time. Mr. Wombat says, if they're trying to print money, rewrite the bill, get rid of the pork, give all Americans $1 million, still cheaper than that train wreck package. Yeah, I completely agree. Me and Red had huge issues with the omnibus bill. And we saw it coming before it even happened. We were always talking about how they always lump together these fucking bills together so that they could, hide the pork and hide the kickback money so that they get paid more in the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely true. And that just goes to show when they were able to.
And the only time they put their foot down and actually block some shit is like something when it benefits us. Nobody will stand and actually filibuster that shit into oblivion, but they will our $2,000.
Yeah. Well, if everything goes to plan, the filibuster will be a thing of the past. You know what I mean? They're all equating it with the Jim Crow laws right now, meaning that it's racist to filibuster. When in all actuality, it's the only fucking weapon that the minority has to fight back at all in Congress. You know what I mean? If you got the votes, you don't have to have minority involved, period. And that's not the way government works well.
That's not the way it's supposed to work. Not what we were supposed to have going on here.
The foundation of our country was built on the majority does not rule. It's the whole reason why we have a Senate and a House. It's the whole reason why there is an electoral college. And everybody wants to talk about, the Senate, California only has 2 senators and fucking millions of people, and Wyoming has 2 senators and thousands of people or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, read a book, you fucking idiot. There's a thing called the House and the Great Compromise. Look into it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we could say the same thing. We could say we don't want a House of Representatives. All we want is a Senate, because that's equal fucking. Each state is represented equally. But we're not dumb enough to think that that's real and that we can get rid of it. They're actually dumb enough to think they can get rid of it.
I've been paying attention to politics for about 3 years now. I think I got it figured out.
Orange man bad. Yeah, Wombat. For real. He says, no worm meat. Give us the protein blocks. If it comes down to it, I'll definitely be on the protein block side instead of the worm meat side. Without a doubt.
You'll see my wild ass up in the mountains somewhere trapping.
Right? We're gonna be what do they call it? Poaching on the king's land.
Yeah.
Or what if Negroes like to say living off the land?
Yeah, man. That's wild. Well, I think we've been going for pretty long. We're about 4:20.
It's
So
probably
actually-
our longest one yet, man. They're getting longer, they're getting better, they're getting funnier.
But since we are at the 4:20 mark right now, we are gonna pause for the cause and burn a little bit.
Should be something in there.
Sure. Is that lighter over there still? Or should steal it?
Should have it.
Oh, I got it.
Smoke if you got them.
Yep. And as we have said this whole time, we're Illinois residents and it's completely legal.
So suck it.
And even if it wasn't, fuck you.
Suck it.
Smoking weed's been on every street corner in my fucking neighborhood since forever. The news that it's illegal is news to me because that shit's always been there.
Yeah, we were criminals up until this year, apparently.
Yep.
Much like guns and weed, you can get them on every corner, no matter what the laws are.
Yep.
This is America.
Sharon's here says to freshen up.
Little spritzer.
Right? Wombat says lots of great conversation. Really enjoyed the banner. Well, we appreciate you, Wombat. It's definitely what we're trying to do. We're just regular dudes having real conversations, man. No hype, no fucking fluff. We're not trying to save anybody's feelings. Us as a group, we're really good friends, and we never waste humor on feelings. It's like one of our laws.
Yeah.
Like
If it's funny, you better fucking say it. You better not hold back, bitch.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's a party foul to hold back if you have something funny that you kept to yourself.
Let them know our favorite holiday.
No fucking-
Yeah, no fucks given.
No fucks givens. That's our favorite holiday.
And it lasts every day of the year.
365.
So on that note, guys,
258.
we're gonna call it one here. We'll be back on Wednesday with plenty.
I got to bring my dog to the vet Wednesday, so we'll probably do it a little bit later on Wednesday, if not Thursday. Just look out or hit us up on fucking Twitch. Hit me up on Gab or on Twitter, and we'll let you know what the plan is.
Right on, and we definitely really appreciate you guys coming in and helping us have the conversations that we're trying to have the entire time. You know, because more outside eyes looking in and getting involved is exactly what we're here for.
That's the plan.
On that note, stay positive.
Remember, if you're listening to this, you are the resistance.
Yep. Make sure to take your vitamins and eat your worm puree. And we'll catch you next time.
Adios.